Boom shakalaka. Let's play some Dwarfs. I don't know what the boom shakalaka was for, but let's play some Dwarfs. All right. So what is this? Stream number 5, I think? Something like that. Never heard of it. For the first time you said that, Dragonman, I thought that you were saying that the novel got reincarnated as a sword. It's like it was a story about a light novel that got reincarnated as a sword. I was like, how does a novel die? That must be a very novel sword. Tothbrush, hello. Well, congrats on finally catching a stream. They generally start around this time. Every day of the week except for Mondays and Fridays. Although next weekend, I'm not going to be here. So if you try and tune in next Saturday or Sunday, I won't be here because I'm going to be on vacation. I'm going to be gone. I'm going to Vancouver Island to hang out with a friend and visit my sister. So this is stream number 5. What? It's not your place to judge, Hoshan. This is stream number 5 of the Reigns of Terror. So the Reigns of Terror is... before people ask the question, no, Long Death isn't going anywhere. The Reigns of Terror is my October, September / October Halloweeny themey fort. So it's on a spooky biome, which is a haunted, moist tropical broadleaf forest, which has turned out to be rather dull. There's no undead, and there's no ghosts, and there's no perpetual rains of vomit or anything fun, unfortunately. But what we do have is we're getting raided 3 times a year by goblins. Our fortress, which is Dark Cosmos, of the Reigns of Terror, of the Rag of Suns, is right in the middle of this. If I press N. Every single one of those red lines is an active army invading a thing. All of the R's are refugee groups, and all of the A's are known armies, including our own known army. Our faction is primarily over here in this region, which is also a clusterfuck of violence. There isn't a lot of necromancers in this world, which I actually really like, making them kind of like the big bad. I'm sure that you'll have another opportunity to have a sub again, Jimmy Tibby. You're around here a lot, trust me. But we have, this tower down here. There's another one up here in this area right there, which is a dwarven tower with 200 dwarves in it, which is kind of a lot for a tower. And then there's another one. There's another few down here. There's one like kind of down in this area, and then there's one around here, I think. Isn't there another one? Yeah, there it is. This little one over here. So there are towers, and they are all in range, but we haven't gone out of our way to hit those yet. We're taking our time. Currently, the population is locked at 90, 80 with dwarves, 90 with children. I'm kind of just letting it sit for a little bit, and we're slowly upgrading things and sizing up things, but we are going to pull the trigger at some point, probably not next weekend because I'll be on vacation, but the weekend after today and tomorrow's stream, we will crank the population up to 200 and go all out, basically. Probably got gifted, I would assume. But right now, we have our little fortress squads that are training. We have a good number of dwarves in the fort. We're not naming dwarves after viewers. We're naming dwarves after interesting things that they've done, like Legless showed up with no legs. Quite literally, was missing their legs when they showed up. Portal made a door. Bumwreck the Brave ran and killed a big scary creature. We have all sorts of fun stuff. We also already have a Baroness and a Baron that kind of just showed up one day. They live here now, so that's great. Obviously, we have a mayor as well, who's named Tosid, who made an artifact named Tosid, so their nickname is Tosid. So it's Tosid, Tosid, Tosid. Shoutouts to Tosid. We're making those copper helms. I need another copper helm. Copper helm. And we just killed an army with water. So currently they're all stinky, so we're waiting for them to stop stinking, and then we're going to go clean them out. Down here is what was supposed to be our drainage, although I decided that instead of like draining, I could just hook the pumps that are pumping water into the reservoir up above, I could just hook them into the drainage so it's just recycling the water back up and in. So what I'm actually going to do once this is done draining is I'm going to block off this side drain. So instead of draining off the map like it currently is, which is fine, I'm going to set it so that it just fills the same water back up and in, which will be much more efficient for refilling the reservoir, which is currently filling pretty efficiently, but it'll fill much more efficiently if we go up and over. That doesn't surprise me in the slightest. I mean, nobody's creative enough to create new things, Frog for Hire, so obviously they'll just reboot the old things. So yeah, that's kind of this. Also, don't be alarmed, but there is a were-panda in the fortress. Einod. Now, Einod was a were-panda that attacked us. Obviously a large panda twisted into humanoid form, crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow chartreuse. Its brown hair is curly, and you will know why you fear the night. It lives behind a wall in our prison. On the way out, after turning back into a goblin, got stuck in one of my cage traps. So obviously I wasn't going to lose that opportunity. So now we have a lovely, lovely were-panda in this cage here. And fun thing about Einod that we were able to learn is I made some engravings using Einod's name. And Einod's not named Einod. That's a fake name. And this Einod is a bandit commander running a bandit gang. So something happened. But, you know, just kind of fun. What's the plan for it? I don't really have a plan for it currently. I have a few ideas of things I could maybe do. But currently it's just kind of like the prison's mascot, I guess. I have a few ideas, but I don't really have any locked in plans right now. Now, this circular thing, you might notice that it goes pretty high up, right? I'm going to kind of skip that area because it's got, you know, like an aquifer in it. But eventually we will dig through it. But what if, like, that circle just keeps going up and this becomes a tower? Because that's kind of the plan for the fort, is it'll actually become a tower. I mean, of course, Apple products would be a, you know, a were creature, hence why it's Einod. So yeah, we're going to chop down some more trees, and we're not even in range of elves, so we don't need to worry about upsetting the elves. So we can just hack down all the trees that we want. And dwarves are reading a lot of books. We have done a few raids on local monasteries. But aside from that, like it's very much just been chilling. Oh, also, we've already had a we've already had a Titan show up and attack an army. So there's that. Now, just because I haven't done a full overview, I will just do a quick full overview. So this is the entry hall, which is very dirty and needs an upgrade, and will get an upgrade. That kind of square thing above it is the trap entry hall. If we go down a little ways, that's just like our well reservoir and our farming area right there. Then this is where the circular stuff starts. That's the water reservoir for the drowning trap. That's the actual drowning trap. The drain for the drowning trap. Prisons. And down here is the main layer where most of the fort is going on. Most of the activity is happening, etc. Down here is the forges where all the forging happens. Are we? No, we are not still stuck in a burrow. Down here is where all the water is being brought into the pumps. Down here is the power for the pumps. And there's a toad stuck in it. Yep, there still is a toad stuck in it. Von Roland with the 44 months. Welcome back. And then down here is where we live. This is the temples is the big orange. And the tavern is the area in the middle with the chairs. And I need to add more beds onto this. So that's one of the things we're going to do today is we're going to add more bedrooms. But Von Roland, seriously, thank you very much for keeping that subscription alive for a 44th month. I hope that you're doing well. But yeah, that's the fort currently. And currently we are sitting on 87 dwarves with a rock solid frame rate, which is pretty nice. 5 years into the fort, I think? No, 8 years into the fort. So, yeah. pretty happy so far. But yeah, this up here is temple, and this over here is tavern. This is tavern, and this is temple. So plenty of space for the dwarves to just kind of chill. Let's actually just check something real quick. Is anybody lacking a bed? A few dwarves are actually lacking beds. Not that many, though. Are any of these beds, like, not assigned? Actually, yeah, they're straight up are, like, unclaimed beds. A lot of unclaimed beds, actually. But I hope that you've been well fun. Thanks for bumping us back up to the big 440 sub mark. Although we've already dropped 10 subs. Like I said, by the end of today, we're going to be at like 390 subs, I think. Today is the last day of subs for a lot of people because a ton of subs were gifted on the 1st of September. Because it was the first day of cheap subs, so makes sense. But something that I'm going to start off with after I pour my coffee is we're going to go up and... What are you fighting with? Did you just... A dwarf got hit by a falling log, I think. Typical. I'm going to go down to this, and I'm going to use this as a stencil. Then an extra 3 on the end. And we are going to start building. Kind of thinking granite. Kind of thinking granite, because I like granite, and there's a lot of granite. But this is where the tower begins. What was her real name? Oh, the Einod's real name? Let's say, where even is Einod? There you are. Einod Whip King is their fake name. But then I engraved a bunch of images, and the image that they use, or the name that they use is Isbu Malice Changed. So Bucket SBU Malice Chains. Enjoy the Lurks Cooler. Cheers. So Isbu Malice Chains is their, or Ospu? Not actually sure what letter that's supposed to be. But that's their real name. But currently, one of the only things that we are really lacking in the fortress is clothing. That's one of the only industries I really need to get up and running, and I've been trying to. I've been trying my best to get it up and running, and it's been proving difficult. So I'm trying to plant pigtail farms outside. Because I'm trying to move my farms down here a little bit. But, you know, we're also getting a lot of those, Cal the Wraith of Evil? That's a hell of a god name. Hold on, I don't even know what god that is. I haven't looked at all of these gods. I've looked at some of these. Cal the Wraith of Evil is a deity of the Rag of Suns, most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with painting, inspiration in poetry and persuasion speech, and murder. That's a god. Kal, the Wraith of Evil. Deity of the Rag of Suns, takes the form of a male dwarf, is associated with painting, inspiration, poetry, persuasion, speech, and murder. Ah, yes, poetry, speech, and murder. That escalated quickly. Huh. All right. Sure. It's definitely evil. That much is known. Jeez. But let's get some more of this done. It's definitely an evil god. We know that for certain. Let's do the walls first. But yeah, no, I do certainly have kind of a end point for this fortress. I want it to become a necromancer tower. That is kind of my long-term, what I want this fortress to become kind of goal for it. I want it to become a necromancer tower. And I kind of want it to, maybe not end, but at some point I want to make the majority of these dwarves undead. So, you know, that's kind of the direction that we're going. Like, I'm not gonna kind of cover that up or anything. Currently, you know, they're just working under orders to build a tower and as some sort of outpost, dwarven outpost insurgency into the goblin forces to assist our allied humans and fight back and defend the homeland of the Rag of Suns and take back what was rightfully ours. Autumn has arrived on the calendar. But you know, in doing so, it's going to certainly prove a challenge. Just going to claim a lot of this ammunition. Their first name was Smile? That's what the name means, is Smile? I didn't know the name meant Smile, so it's slightly more disturbing now that I know that. I think that they have a Joker god. It's definitely one of the spookier gods I've seen. But yeah, that's gonna be the beginnings of the tower. I'm trying to decide, I should just channel out this area instead of digging into it. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. We're just gonna channel it out. You wanna practice a craft? You know, something I'm going to need is I'm going to need weaving. So I'll put you on weaving. Bored after being unable to fight for too long, eh? Where have you now been? Always in love with somebody. Dislikes obligations. Has a calm demeanor. Doesn't assert herself. Doesn't seem to dislike the military in any way. Doesn't like deceit. Yeah, I'm gonna actually chuck you into the military. You can go join the braided lancers. Are you guys trading? No, you are. Let's just make sure that both my squads are training. Yep, they are. Uh-oh. Actually, I have a depressed dwarf now. You want to pray. You know, let's get the main squad on a break for a little bit. Let you guys go pray. Well, actually, leave you training, but take you off of training. Like, let them just go be military dwarves. Let them go pray and such for a little bit. Also, murder ballads is like the best kind of metal. Like, let's be honest. Speaking of bands, I've been listening to a lot of Spirit Box recently. Like, I reinstalled Spotify. I re-upped and got a new account. I took the summer off of Spotify for a couple of reasons, but mainly it was I needed to delete my account and get a new account. So I finally made it because my old one was attached to my Facebook account, and I was kind of tired of like not being able to change my password without reactivating my Facebook account. So I made a new account that's not associated with any other platform, and it's just me now, which is kind of nice. And so I have Spotify again, and because of that, I was listening to some Spirit Box, and they're really, really, really good. Like, good God, that band is good. Like, I'll just say that I've had Holy Roller on repeat for a few days, which admittedly I think is like their most popular song, and it's understandably so. It's very, very good. But I guess it's also partially because I finally caved and I'm going to see them live soon, so. Well, not until like March. So not soon, but. Usharir, the engraver has been possessed. Would you look at that? Drops a silver bolt. Claims a craft store shop, typical. Not even going to complain about that, though. Looks like our water area is done pumping, pretty much. So, Chad, how you guys been? What you guys been up to? How's your weekend been so far? Anybody doing anything interesting over the weekend? Hauling a boulder. Looks like diorite. Giant Olm is fighting with my miner. Let's just get you to go kill that giant Olm, please. Miner runs away from the giant Olm, seems fine. Well, you know what, we'll do plump helmets in the off-season. Hell yeah, Admiral Willie. Hopefully the side effects are minimal. Good stuff. Giant Olm done. Yeah, the side effects for the second shot for me were kind of bad, so, but I also had the one that was notoriously bad, so it was okay though. It was just like I had like a 48-hour flu. That was about it. Not even. It was like a 24-hour flu that was just kind of gone, so it was good to get it over with. Just working? Yeah, I know that feeling. That's all I'm doing. I'm just playing Dwarfs and plotting in my brain how I'm going to do those Odd Realm videos that I have planned. Oh, that's why buttons are doing weird things, is because I have caps lock on, or I had caps lock on. So we're gonna have to clean out that cavern layer pretty soon. But this is filling up pretty quick, which is good. Hopefully it'll be full by the time the next siege arrives. Yeah, my plan for today, if today goes long, if I have a lot of energy, we're going to stream this, and then I kind of have options. We can either do this or we can do Odd Realm, because Odd Realm has dropped a beta branch patch for their new race. And, you know, I know some people are, like, frustrated with how slow the development is on that game, but for me, I just kind of look at it like another Dwarf Fortress, where it's like, yeah, I mean, it's going to take time, but, like, let them take time, and the game will be good. And so far, that seems to be what's happened, and I am curious to see what that game turns into. How did that happen? I somehow accidentally dug an extra down tile. Realm, not world. Realm. But yeah, my plan for Odd Realm is I want to do a video with him on his patch, just talking with him, like an interview thing, maybe a shorter one, like a 15-20 minute video. The Outpost Liaison has arrived, and then I would like to see if I can get him on the stream to do a Q&A. And he's agreed to do both of them, so I think both of those could be fun. Something similar to what I did with Epion recently, and also an edited video for the YouTube crowd. Bored to Beers, how have you been? It's been a minute. Hope you've been well. Thanks for the 6th month. Welcome back. I guess you're finally bored enough that you needed more beers. Fortunately, we can provide. Hope you're doing well. Jack, can I get a round of beers for Bored to Beers? It's been a mess. Yeah, it's been a mess for everybody. Varying degrees of mess, but I think mess is a relatable state. Certainly a relatable state. But I hope that the last few months have been good. I've just been over here doing my thing, just chilling. Put out a pretty big video the other day. Very happy about that. But aside from that, I've just hanging out. Just hanging out and doing my thing. I'm getting progressively more disappointed in Twitch. Like, I'm not even mad anymore. I'm just disappointed. Oh, did you accidentally reply? I've done that before. All right, let's do that. Just trying to get this layer 1 circle of this done, because then this will just be so much easier to build on once layer 1 is done. Oh wow, are we actually at the end bit? Guess we are. Yeah, you know what? I'm just going to forbid one of these. That's it. You hopefully won't notice. I mean, like I said, the worst side effects I've seen outside of allergic reactions, which are exceptionally rare, are like you have flu symptoms. So it's like if you've ever had a flu, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. And hopefully the recreational herb helps. I'm sure it will. All right. Bring item to depot. Can I bring my trader to depot? Trader is requested at depot, but is currently trading. And Doran says, I am a liaison from the mountain gnomes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. We've updated your civilization and world info. What requests do you have of our merchants? I'm just asking for all of the metal bars because I don't actually have any, like, particularly, like, we have zinc here. That's it. We have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. So we're basically working with Goblinite and imports right now. Let's discuss what we are willing to offer you for your craft store ship. They want weapons. They want battle axes real bad. Interesting. It says, farewell, Tosid. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. As we build up the tower. I mean, just inconspicuous tower. No particular reason as to why we are building a tower. It's just... That's what the god of death and destruction told us to build. Naturally. I think I'm going to build like 2 layers up, and then I'm going to build a big drawbridge system up here. I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to build a big drawbridge system. Because I think that would be pretty badass, actually. So kind of what I'm imagining is we go 2 layers up, and then we build a drawbridge, and going over to a second little tower for our entrance from like maybe up here. Going to like over here, so that'll be our entrance, which will just go straight down into the fort, and then we'll have this secondary little dirty entrance for the invaders. For this fortress, this is our September-October fortress, so we started this 2 weeks ago now, and the point of this, we play it on the weekends to kind of like offset Long Death to keep things interesting, and we are trying to eventually build this into a necromancer tower. That's the plan for this fortress. How we get there, we'll see. But war heavy and necromancy is the goal. Diorite, granite, microcline, stray giant ulm bone, and mule leather. Also, if we could become the mountain home while we're at it, that would be kind of fun. Basically, just full on dwarven ambitions and tuwa. That's the plan for this fort. That's the plan. That and just chill, you know. Chill and relax. Chill and relax. As per usual. Also, if anybody's wondering, I'm half done editing because I started yesterday a Future of the Fortress video, which is going to hopefully go up by the end of the weekend. I'm going to try and have that up for Monday. If I can have that up on Monday, I will be happy. So hopefully I can get that mostly done tonight. Okay, I can unsuspend that. Hopefully this doesn't get any dwarves stuck in it. But yeah, that's the plan for now. The actual problem here, though, is if we get invaded by things that can fly, we're in trouble. So hopefully that doesn't happen. Well, let's leave that suspended for a little bit. Because I just gave things a way into my fortress. I'm thinking... slate for this one. Because I need to get a second layer onto this tower, like, stat, basically. So we're just going to try and do that really quickly. Can our dwarves be necromancers? Yes, our dwarves can be necromancers. So there are necromancers like to write books about their hobby and profession with very detailed instructions on how to be evil and perform certain necromancy hobbies. So we would like to obtain one of their weird hobby books or slabs, because they sometimes engrave it on stone. And then in doing so, all we need to do is read the book, and then the dwarves become immortal and get glowy eyes and become strangely obsessed with death. And then at that point, then we can start rezzing things from the dead. Dwarves aren't scared of necromancers. In fact, necromancers are perfectly normal dwarves, usually just with strange hobbies. Think of a necromancer is like just a human who is way too into trying to make zombies. So yeah, that is kind of the long-term goal. I don't normally do it because I think it's kind of cheesy, and I think managing necromancer forts are a little bit annoying. That being said, that's kind of the point for the end state of this fort. So before we do that, we're going to go to war. We're going to fight with a lot of things, cause a lot of violence, invade a bunch of things, and then kind of towards the end, so probably late October for this fortress, in like the last 2 weeks, we will break down the doors of a couple necromancy forts, start fighting with a lot of zombies, and unlock the secrets of life and death and go to hell and all that fun stuff. We're just going to do everything in this fort. Like this is just the whole point of this fort is just to add some variety for Long Death, because Long Death is like a very, very, very peaceful fort, which has positives and negatives. The positives of that are you get really interesting family trees, you get a very long form fort, but you don't get a lot of like minute to minute exciting stuff. It's like the difference between a soap opera and an action film, right? So we're just doing this to spice things up. Not currently, no. That is planned, but everything in DF is planned. I want necromancers to have like fell moods that make experiments, but that's the way I'd love to see that happen, but one day maybe. All right, let's trade real quick. A bunch of warhammers and such. Because we have found Gilana, which is why we have a bunch of warhammers. Actually, yeah, we can do better than those warhammers.
Woohoo!
I mean, not zombie time just yet, but like by the end of the month, zombie time for sure. There won't be any zombies today. That's coming soon, but it's reason to stick around and don't change that channel. Tune into the stream, same stream time, same stream channel. All that crap. All right. Also, you know what? I will buy some of those meats. Monitor lizard meat. All right, back to constructions. We also have, how are you doing now? I want to fight somebody. It's boring. Well, I mean, you're training, so like, what more do you want? Speaking of, the drowning chamber is almost full. This area is significantly less stinky, which is good. We're not quite at the point yet where we can just, like, dump stuff out, but we basically need all of the construction and stuff. Although, maybe I'll let the bodies pile up for a bit. I don't know. I'll think about it. You can't create experiments, but you can create intelligent undead, which are similar. Sort of. Because intelligent undead can get weird powers. Like, they can obtain the powers to, like, cause pain from a distance and stuff. Yushrir Logim Mulstat. The engraver has created Dakost Kebul Namash Garith, a diorite mug, and claims it is an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Serral Oilfold. Gotta fold that oil in half. It's worth 10,800 Zethal. Worthless. It is a diorite mug. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round granite cabochons and decorated with giant olm bone, and encircled with bands of rectangular microcline cabochons and mule leather. On the item is an image of a weasel in diorite and the wording, Best Dwarf. Let the next siegers bury the bodies? Oh, probably. I mean, it depends on whether or not we need the materials or not. How do you make smart undead? You make undead. But with undead, there's like a random chance that some of them will be intelligent. So it's like I don't know what the exact odds are, but there are percent chances of how intelligent they are going to be. And if you happen to make intelligent undead, then they basically stay as normal-ass dwarves. But where's Marble? They're basically just normal dwarves, but they have no moods, so they can't get upset basically. So if you're creating undead, you want to create intelligent undead. The issue with it is it is just like a dice roll, so you better not be attached to your dwarves if you're gonna do that. But we'll get to that when we get to that. Just part of the reason I'm not naming them after viewers, because I'll feel bad if I like accidentally turn you into a nameless drone, which is a pretty high % chance. They look fancy and are expensive. Oshan. People will try and steal them. Criminals in the world will take interest in particularly valuable ones and will try and come and steal them from you. I mean, it's got cabochons. That's why I said it's kind of a crappy artifact. It's probably my least favorite one they've made. Cool. All right, so that's the beginnings of our humble little tower. Chat, what do you think of our humble little tower so far? It's not a bad humble little tower, if I do say so myself. The issue is the way I'm building it is it's kind of a pain for the dwarves to actually get to it right now. Need spikes of obsidian? Yeah, we can obtain obsidian at some point. Obsidian is pretty dwarfy. YouTube channel will still be active while I'm gone, but I've got stuff scheduled to come out, but I won't be streaming during that time window. Marble. I just know what the mechanics are in DF so I can abuse them. Send around. They're not unique ideas. Or at least, I don't think they're unique ideas. Slappy has, the Swordmaster, has grown attached to an iron shield. Hey, Infinity. How's Infinity? What's that? It's imposed a ban on exports. Can't export Helms. Well, that's fine. How's Infinity doing on this fine afternoon? At least I think it's fine. It's certainly not terrible. It's just fine. It's like, why is the game running so slowly? I had it paused. Have a good nappy, boo. This is a big gamble. Because if I do this wrong, we are in trouble. Dwarves will be leaving soon. Basically, if we get invaded while I'm doing this construction right now, we could lose the fort pretty easily. Unless I do some really cheesy, quick blocking of things. Which I will do my best to do. So hopefully we don't get invaded. Because we've been getting invaded about 3 times a year. And up until the last one, we basically just, like, locked the door and ignored them. They suspended that up downstairs. Would you look at that? Let's also set this to high priority. Because right now they have a direct route into the fort, basically. Which we don't really want them to have. But as the constructions get finished. How am I today? I had an everything bagel for breakfast, so my day has been pretty great so far. Investments are open. Heads up, chat, if you want to invest your tickets. Hey, Hex Wrench, how are you? But yeah, my day's been pretty great. I had an everything bagel. And I had a shower. Both of those things were great. They went exactly as expected. The bagel was consumed and was delicious, and the shower was refreshing and woke me up. So I would say that today's been pretty good so far. Also, I now have a dwarf that is stuck up here. Great. But that just means that we gotta let him out. Where did my marble go? That'll do. I'm looking for marble. I thought I had more marble blocks than that, but I guess not. Start from the start and go down. There's quartzite. That's the same color, but it's not marble. Did I just fly past marble? Where the heck did my marble go? I don't know. That's fine. I mean, I don't really need that many more, but... Alright, come on, dwarves. And slate blocks go there. So now they have no way up on the outside yet. And then we got to go around the edge and make more queue up more granite walls. We actually have 2 dwarves up here. Would you look at that? Now there's 2 dwarves that are stuck up here. Solomn and Stinthad. I wonder if you two will become friends in the time that you guys get to hang out here. Oh, are you taking care of a second dog? Also, Tamika, thanks for hanging out and enjoy the lurks. Are you taking care of an extra dog right now, Hexwrench? Because I had one dog for a week, and she's lovely, but yeah, dogs can be pretty exhausting. Oh, that's part of the problem. All right, well, worst case scenario, we'll just, you know what, fuck it. I'll just build you guys a ramp. Just build them that real quick. Someone run up there and quickly construct those. Let them down. That's what we need. Now you guys can go get your water. Perfect. Or, I mean, not water, your drinks. Your beers! What am I saying water in reference to a beverage for a dwarf? What am I, some kind of monster? Yeah, I mean, at a point, taking care of pets becomes kind of a full-time job. The only reason I didn't take care of the dog longer was she started getting very stressed out at the fact that her people were missing. Like, she just started barking randomly for no reason and started refusing to eat and stuff like that. So it was like, you know what? I like having the dog. She's nice, but she's becoming almost more stress-inducing than pleasant, so... Hey, at least you got a win. It's better than some people. Let's check my cloth supplies. Pigtail cloth, excellent. Cloth, let's just make a bunch of clothing. Let's give everybody new robes, new dresses, new trousers, I think. Just like, you know, important bits. And new socks. And then let's make yarn cloaks. Yarn mittens. Leather gloves. And silk shoes. A fancy bunch. These dwarves will get a taste for the fancy and they'll really like it. At least I hope. But we should start working on the outside wall for this, because that's the most important bit. We need to get the wall done. Like, the flooring is helpful. Wall is what's important. Because if it's 2 layers tall and if we get a third one up there, that's where we don't need to worry about invaders coming in anymore. Unless they're flying. Which, then we'll deal with that fight when we deal with that fight. But for now, ideally, we won't need to. We just have to get this walling in. Yeah, I slept pretty good last night. No super huge complaints about that. Spent the evening planning the Victoria trip with my friend that I'm going with. So me and him are like, we kind of have like our ideas of what we need to get done. By that, which breweries we want to hit. There's some ones that we've never been to before, so we're gonna try and venture a little further out to try and go to some breweries, and that should be fun. Yeah, no, that'll be a good time. Looking forward to having like just 3 days of like not really being on the internet much, which is kind of the whole plan, really. It's also like right over top of Canadian Thanksgiving too, so we've like we've picked a restaurant that we like that we're gonna go hit. Try and get a Thanksgiving-esque dinner. So that'll be nice. Because, like, my family's doing nothing for Thanksgiving this year because of, like, the waning pandemic bullshit. Some of my family not, like, being intelligent when it comes to vaccinations. And my grandmother moving. Like, there's just kind of no logical reason to do anything for Thanksgiving this year, for Canadian Thanksgiving. So, and my friend doesn't really, like, he normally goes to his dad's house, but he doesn't really give a shit, so... We're just going on a trip. and enjoy it. Man, all of the dwarves are like putting in the elbow grease to help with this project. Let's just get this wall up. Whenever I do things like this and like I expose my fort very heavily to possible certain death. Also, I love that we just have like this pool full of blood here. There's no like actual logical reason for it to be full of blood. It's literally there's a dead eye in it, 2 dead peacocks, and a dead cassowary that just got thrown in there by the invaders. But I kind of like the pool of blood right there. It's a nice aesthetic. Said nobody ever. I kind of like the pool of blood right there, guys. It's a nice aesthetic. My Baroness has ended a mandate, meaning I can export whatever they asked. Yeah, it matches the carpet. Yeah, it matches the theming of the fort, you know? The kind of evil theme and everything. Cooler just linked a video on Discord. I'm scared to click it because I'm expecting it to make noise. Cooler, does that thing make noise if I click it? I don't know, you posted a video on my Discord. Like, an hour ago. Just wondering if it makes noise. If it does, I won't click it. If it doesn't have sound, then I will click it. It has music, okay, then I won't click it. Not too much more to do. I don't trust it. If it's gonna play music, I don't know if I have the rights to play it. So, no. Unless you tell me it's music by Kevin MacLeod. Then I'd play it, because it's Kevin MacLeod. Tempting, but not tempting enough. Alright, not a bad little tower, I do say. Kind of tempted to make this tower like an hourglass, where it gets bigger and then smaller. What do you guys think, chat? Because then I could make the next layer like 1 tile wider. I don't even know what items they're canceling. Oh, I know what items they're canceling. You know what? Let's open this up. Trap fort exit. Trap fort enter. So pull this. Windslayer, thanks for the raid. Why are you streaming today? Yeah, let's do that. Let's see how that does. Doesn't feel anything after seeing a goblin's dead body. Excellent, manager. You're learning. Perfect. Doesn't feel anything after anything. Jack, can I get a couple beers for the Raiders? Please and thank you. all running through here and collecting bits of clothing, as I like to see. There is one depressed dwarf in the military, who honestly I think will be okay. I do think you'll be okay. I saw another stream, a thing next to the game title, which displayed the music which was playing. When you clicked on it, there was links where you could buy it. You've never seen that before? Yeah, that's a plugin. The problem that I have is like, as good as some of the music that they have is like, I'm kind of at a point with my stream now, and this might be the wrong decision, but I'm kind of at a point with my stream now where I would rather play no music or the game soundtrack than play other people's music or just play the ambient sounds that I play. That's just kind of where I'm at these days. If I ever like got to a point where I played a game that I felt needed music, then I would do that, but I think that the ambience is just enough. Because like I especially recently I've had more and more people say that like that they just listen to the streams for my voice, and it's like, well, mortified having clothes rot off your body. Welp. We're starting to fix that problem. Let's just melt metal object and just set that to 0. How full is this? It's getting there. Slowly. I love just, you know, the children playing on the piles of corpses. In the arms of a pile of bodies. It's beautiful, truly. All right, let's go over here and block this off. All right, so we have made some progress on this tower. Let's get a layer of flooring in. Well, start up a layer of flooring. Also, I can get rid of that ramp over there. Get rid of that. So I got the flooring, the stairways in. Let's do another layer right here. I need those marbles. Never in my life have I been so perplexed at the lack of marble all of a sudden. Seriously, where did all of my marble go? Oh, we're just like out of marble. All right, I'll use nice then. I don't feel like digging more marble, so we'll use nice. That's fine. Those stairs will be nice. think that's roughly the same color. I could be totally wrong. All right, let's just wait for this to pop up and be done. Even if they're a slightly different color, it's fine. Yeah, no, Twitch is like actually making improvements on the music thing slowly. I think for a lot of people, a lot of that stuff is too little too late. But like, I mean, they are improving the situation slowly. I'm just kind of adjusting my streaming style that I just include no music that I don't have the safe rights to use. So it's just, it is what it is. I mean, it also kind of like, I think it fits the YouTube stuff a bit better too, because it's just like, you know, people can just listen to my voice as background noise and then just add in little bits and things that they want. Or, you know, you can listen to your own thing. Like, I've had more and more people over the time to say, yeah, I've got Spotify open in the background. I'm just listening to my own bangers, and the ambient noise isn't too much to, like, be distracting, right? Like, even I do that. Like, I was listening to music last night and watching Sui's stream, and it's like, it was kind of difficult to watch a stream while also having my own music playing, because she was listening to pretty loud music, too. And it's like, I don't know. I've started, maybe this is just me being old, but like I've started enjoying streams that listen to a lot of loud music on their streams less. I don't know if anybody else feels that way, but I've started feeling like, I don't know, I don't want to listen to your loud ass dance music, you know, while I'm trying to enjoy your gameplay. So, I mean, some people like that. Some people like that kind of atmosphere. It doesn't really suit my vibe anymore. Capital F instead of lowercase f. Fortifications instead of floors. Dwarf Fortress. It's a legitimate fear. Because you have 3 strikes, and if you get 3 strikes, your channel's gone. No ifs, no buts, no whys, no whats. So, it's a legitimate fear. And something like Benny Hill, that is enough to get a DMCA takedown. Playing like 10 seconds of that, the actual song. And if you get 3 on your channel's gone. And if this is your livelihood, yeah, that's a legitimate strike. Do they expire? Nope. Not that I'm aware of. Which is the problem, because Twitch doesn't have the infrastructure for that stuff, because Twitch never really got any heavy strikes until like last year, basically. Like last year was the first time Twitch started getting strikes. And it was one specific record label. It was Universal Music Group, and it was because of one Ariana Grande song, I think. Oh, it's ridiculous how dangerous they are. Yeah, I mean, but like Twitch has already made it better. Like now, instead of just straight up getting a strike, you get a warning and they delete your VOD. Which is already better. Like, I would rather get a warning and they delete the VOD, and then if there's repeated cases, then you start getting strikes. Like, they've already softened the blow and made it better, and I have a feeling it'll improve over time. But right now, we're in a situation where the big record labels think that Twitch is just... So they think, like, Twitch is LimeWire. They think that we are just, like, rebroadcasting music and profiting off of it, right? Because that's how record labels think. Archaic and old-fashioned. So right now they think that we are just like a threat to the music industry, which we're not, I swear. If we wanted to be, we would be much better at it, and you wouldn't have caught us. But like that's the issue right now, is they think that we are a threat to the music industry, and them thinking that we're a threat to their industry is not what you want. So. You know, there's a really good subreddit, Frog, called Boring Dystopia, which is just very dystopia-ish things that are also incredibly mundane. Like, there was a photo that was posted on there a couple weeks ago now of a homeless man in Chicago getting ticketed for having his tent too close to the sidewalk. Like, that... like that kind of shit. Boring dystopia. It's the world we live in. I don't. I'm gonna say this: things are gonna get worse before they get better. Um, until there's better legislation for how to monetize the internet, and until we fix this housing problem, it's gonna get worse before it gets better. I'm not trying to just be straight up a pessimist, but like, I like to think of myself as a realist, and I do think things are gonna get worse before they get better. But like, you know, to give you an idea, one final thing I'll say about the music stuff, like, I know a bunch of people right when the strikes started happening, they got 1 or 2 almost immediately because they were people who played a lot of music on their streams. So like, literally the second those strikes started happening, they got 1 or 2. And once you have 2, like, yeah, it's perfectly understandable that you are terrified all the time. You have to focus on that thought. That I understand. I can relate to that. I can definitely relate to that. I can definitely understand the need to hope that things are getting better. I would say I've been in a similar situation in the past. Similar spots in the past. Currently, I just look at volcanoes and go, we're all gonna get swallowed by cleansing fire one day. Straight up, like, that's what I've been looking at recently. It's just like, oh, pictures of volcanoes. Well, we're all gonna die, so who cares? I don't know if that's necessarily a particularly nice way of looking at it, but oh no, another were panda. The were panda lady consort, Atu Nagolmastom, has come. A large panda twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow orange. Its charcoal hair is long and shaggy. You will know why you fear the night. Well, I'm just going to lock this door and lock this door. And hope that there's no dwarves above ground. And it's going to come up here and attack my turkeys. And then stand over top of my turkey. Chase the turkeys back outside. Turn back into a goblin. And, yeah, a lady consort werepanda, indeed. And ran straight into a weapon trap and died. I was kind of hoping she'd run the other direction, but... So, you know how my mayor is named Tosid Tosid? Well, Tosid, I want to say it was a... What actually is it? Tosid is a large serrated black bronze disc. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round fellite cabochons and studded with black bronze, and encircled with bands of cushioned nice cabochons. This object is adorned with hanging rings of donkey leather and menaces with spikes of pigtail and cat leather, and killed Atu Doomed Speeches, the goblin, in 558. That'd be a lord's wife indeed, yeah. Maybe divorced wife, maybe ex-wife now. Anyway, it tripped over my weapon trap and is now dead. Oh, and one of my dwarves gives birth to a girl. You know, actually, I want to name this baby girl that we just gave birth to something related to a panda. You know, I'm just going to call her Panda. What's her name? Zephon? Zephon Panda. What year is it now? Wait, if you're talking about Long Death, this isn't Long Death. So it is the year 558, but this is not Long Death. Long Death is 321, I think. This is my September, October kind of spooky bonus fort, or other fort that I'm doing. But hi, Wesleyan. What's up? But yeah, the goblins have a big were creature infestation going on, which is distressing to say the least. And we dwarves have a big construction project that we need to get done. What did she do to get crushed? She was a fucking werepanda. That just killed one of my turkeys. And then proceeded to run into the weapon trap. We didn't crush her. She crushed herself on the weapon trap. That's not our fault. That's her fault. We take no responsibility for this. Stop accusing me of crimes I didn't commit. They committed it on themselves. You know, I like to think that that goblin willingly threw herself on that, realizing that she was going to commit great crimes and probably, like, eat her husband. So probably did that intentionally. Especially, like, once you lose your were creature powers of lycanthropy, you do get, like, a massive strength debuff, so. Holy shit, 1 crown left, and then you're one. Are you done after that, Squig? Get a faster computer. No, this is not Long Death. That's why it doesn't say Long Death in the title. This is... The fort looks kind of like this. The goal of this fort is to eventually build it into a necromancer tower. So we've got kind of this tower build going on. We've got a big drowning pit with a big old water chamber. We've got a were creature in the walls. This is the fort itself. Much bigger population. We're going to be focusing on a lot of war and stuff. We got pumps and water and all kinds of fun stuff. So doesn't look anything close to Long Death. I mean, no, it's fair to tune in and like just ask that, like, because to be totally honest, I do stream a lot of Long Death. It's been a while since I've done a themed fort. We did one last spring, but it's been a while. So. There's the hardest achievement you still need to do? Oh, okay. For some reason or another, I assumed that the crowns were like the achievements and you only had 1 left. I mean, I think we'll owe you a round of beers when you 100% Nuclear Throne, because that's no easy feat. That's a hard fucking game to 100%, dude. So massive respect for that. So yeah, no, we've been in this fort for 8 years. We're about to start year 9. Where did my slate go? And then Squaw's gonna be like, I'm not good at video games. And we're gonna be like, you 100%ed Nuclear Throne. That's the most, yo, I'm good at video games flex you can get right now. Or it's up there at the very least. I don't even know what that means. I'll be honest with you, Squawk. Cause like Nuclear Throne is one of those games where like I know I can't play it, so I've just never bothered. So I will not understand anything related to Nuclear Throne. Oh, what did a werepanda do to get cursed? I don't know. The werepanda just showed up. I don't have access to legends, so we'll never know. We just know that at some point in her life she got bitten or cursed by something to become a werepanda, and then showed up here, and we then got impaled on a serrated disc. That's all that we really know. Like, you play this game, Dragon. How about you should know that I don't have access to that information. You could speculate, but we don't actually have any, like, hard evidence as to what happened to her. And she was a goblin, part of a different faction, so it's not like they were a member of my fort. It was just an event where something showed up. There was a post on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit the other day, which I thought was kind of funny, which was somebody who was saying that they were getting confident with their skill at Dwarf Fortress, so they decided to up the ante. generated a really scary looking world, built a fort, and it's been 10 years and they haven't been invaded yet. And to me, it's like, that is the most Dwarf Fortress thing I've ever seen. It's like, you decided you wanted the game to kill you, and then the game was just like, nah. It's just kind of great. I love it. There we go. Getting another round of walls up. Doesn't matter how much of the flooring we do all on this first bit. Some of you do, but I mean, I don't. You could go look it up if you like. It's not widely accessible, but some of you do have access to Evil Legends. Now that you mention it, though, I did kind of forget that I put the save file on the drive. I mean, you could. I mean, she might even be going under her real name. You don't know. I'll be honest, I've already forgotten what her name was. But I could check on the Spike. Yeah, I generated this world on stream. The best way to generate worlds, though, if you want to generate older worlds and you don't have the patience for it, is just start the world generating and then just walk away. Like, just start the world generating and go to bed. Like, if you want to do, like a large world or something, like, literally just press the go button and go to sleep. It's like downloading JPEGs back in the day. It's like, press the go button on the 5 images that you received and then go to sleep. By the time you wake up, the beep boops of the dial-up has figured out how the image look. Then you have image. How long does it take? Depends on how fast your computer is. Like, for generating an old large world, it depends on how fast your computer is. But generally, quite a long time. I think the last time I did a 1,000-year-old large world, it was like 4 hours or something. RAM doesn't have anything to do with DF. I've got 64 gigs of RAM. That's literally just individual clock speed. Individual core clock speed. That's the only thing that matters. It's not terrible, you're just impatient. Yeah, I mean, I understand the impatience. We're out of melt designated items. Damn! We must have melted a lot of stuff. Nice. All right, how are we doing? Let's make some metal stuffs. That's 13 steel, brass, silver. Let's just do silver, hammer, 20. Earrings. 10 copper shields, which I'm certain I don't have enough of. Really? Well, I mean, for saving and loading, sure, but that doesn't have anything to do with world gen, does it? At least I don't think. I mean, maybe it does, but I didn't know that. I just learned something if that's the case. I'm getting ahead of myself. I need them to finish the flooring here before I can put more walls in. Gotta do one thing at a time. If I'm doing too much, that will be a bit much for them. These dwarves, I think, need a break. I think we'll get the third layer of tower on this. So we'll get the tower up to here. And then we'll just kind of let the dwarves have a break for a bit. They've also still got to, like, bridge that off. Are these still locked? No. I wonder if that goblin werepanda that just attacked us had any relation to the goblin werepanda we already have in the fort. I wonder. Twitch, you're high. I went from 60 viewers to 27 for like 5 minutes, and then now I'm back up to 71. Twitch, make up your fucking mind. Am I a big streamer or am I a baby streamer? Just make up your mind. Quit lying to me. I don't like this mixed messaging. All right. Granite walls. More granite. Twitch pranks. Yeah, very funny. Just like fucking with my livelihood here. This blind. I played Dwarf Fort. Who? I'm trying to like think of like a thing that I could say that would go with this, but I don't understand child speak. So, and since I don't own a child, I can't. You know, I haven't made one, so I can't really relate. How you doing, Zycro? The Forgotten Beast, Amas Lissi Durkurik has come. A huge bat composed of green glass. Fuck that. It has a narrow tail and it appears to be emaciated. Beware its webs. Holy shit, that's scary. I'm just gonna triple check that there's no access into that cavern layer right now. You had to see people. I'm so sorry. I hope that you survived. Are you okay? Yeah, we were sealed off. Okay, so we don't have any access to that cavern layer right now. Fuck that with everything. You're certainly doing. In what format did you have to see people? Oh, I get you. I'm actually kind of lucky when it comes to in-laws because my future sister-in-law and me get along extremely well. Like, we're weird. It's spooky. We're almost the same person in a lot of ways. Like, we have exactly the same taste in music. We're like... Yeah, it's actually weird how well I get along with my sister-in-law. Which just, like, doesn't happen. All right, let's do that and that. But I hope that you survived the trip with the in-laws. I'm just building the tower. And it's been enjoyable. And you get on with your sister and brother-in-law? That's good. Yeah, that's good to hear. There's large portions of my extended family that I don't... Well, a portion of my extended family that I don't get along with right now because they're all like, vaccinations? That sounds like sending yourself as a sheep to the slaughter. And I'm like, oh my God. I hate that I'm related to you. So, you know, that kind of people. But, you know, I'm also quite happy with lots of my extended family because they keep giving me free audio gear. I'm getting another CD player, apparently, which I don't know what I'm going to do with it. But I'm getting another CD player, so I might give it to my dad because it's a triple CD player. Can have 3 CDs in it at one time. But also another radio, so that's cool. Excited for the radio. Not super excited for the CD player. I have a perfectly fine CD player. And it's a matching set with a lot of my other stuff, so... Uh-oh. Okay, that's fine. We're just hunting. Orders. Forbid. Claim used ammunition. Let's melt those. But yeah, we are building a little tower here. And it's making good progress so far. What about family stuff? Yeah. Hobo, how dare you bring that crass language into this Christian stream? You piece of bleh. Anyway, what's up? I'm just chilling. You know, I've been thinking way too much about that Super Mario Brothers movie. I'm way too excited to see Seth Rogen as Donkey Kong. I'll be honest. But aside from that, I'm just, you know, happy Hanukkah. Wrong time of year, dude. Wrong time of year. In fact, actually, I think we get more happy Hanukkahs in this stream now than Merry Christmases. Ooh, one of my weavers. Been taken by a mood. Where are you? There you are. Go do your mood thing. Took a while to become a criminal. Although, aren't all nobles just criminals by default? Oh, are you gonna go make us some clothing? Kind of looks like it. Ooh, claims a clother's shop. And sits there with nothing to do. What do you want? Cut gems. Silk cloth. Rock blocks. Bones. Probably bones. Let's just make sure I've got silk cloth first, because I should. Yeah, I do have silk cloth. Let's just get some gems cutting. I'm going to queue up some cave crocodiles for the slaughter. The only casting you see that make any shred of sense. But, like, those are, like, okay, so 3 out of 4 make perfect sense to me. And then one is just like, what the actual fuck? Like, Chris Pratt, I don't know how much range he has. Although he was admittedly very good in the Lego movie. So I kind of got to give him credit for that. He was great in the Lego movie. Outside of that, yeah, the Chris Pratt one is very much a question mark. Oh, also, I can never remember her name, but the girl who's playing Peach is what was the main character in Queen's Gambit. So she'll do fine. She's great. There's my strange mood. There you go. Okay, it was bones that you needed. I'm not super familiar with Keegan-Michael Kay, I'll be honest. Although, like, who the fuck is gonna play Toad? Like, what does Toad do? It could literally, you could literally make Toad anybody, and as long as they have, like, a shred of acting skill, they'll be fine. Yeah, see, I've never seen Key and Peele. Never. So I have no idea. Cursed Metal, what's up? See, I didn't quit Twitch. Ha! What's up? Cursed Metal popped into the YouTube premiere yesterday and was just like, did you quit Twitch? I was like, bruh, it's my day off. What the hell? I can't wait for like 5 people to ask me if I quit Twitch when I come back from my vacation. They'll be like, did you quit? I missed you. And I'll be like, I was gone for 3 days. Also, the child with the nickname Royal is the child of my Baron and Baroness. Which is why their name is Royal. It's more just to remind me that they're royalty than anything. Yeah, this dwarf's got what he needs. It's a clothes shop. Any bets on what this dwarf makes? If this dwarf makes trousers, I'm going to nickname them pants. Oh, definitely. We definitely Satan here. I had somebody ask me if that was accidental or intentional. I was like, definitely an accident. Yeah, I absolutely did not intentionally put an inverted cross in the hospital. Definitely didn't. Nope. Also, I'll have you know, it's right side up when you come into the door. Like, when you walk in the door right here, I mean, it's right side up from the door's perspective. Definitely, yeah. Absolutely. I mean, the point of this fort is to eventually turn into a necromancer tower, so the evil is kind of a given, if I'm being honest. I mean, I'm definitely not building a weird, inconspicuous tower already, or anything. And satin is a lovely fabric color. Everybody loves a little bit of satin fabric. Hail satin. But yeah, no, this is my Halloween fort. So we eventually go evil. We're gonna go raid some towers for some books, and we're going to release the hordes of hell, and we're going to kill a lot of things, and it's gonna be good. We haven't been invaded yet today, actually, which is kind of crazy. This might actually be the longest period of time this fort's gone without getting invaded. Which is nice. It's giving me time to build this tower. Make it tall enough that goblins can't climb it. I mean, I was assuming when they said inverted cross that they meant that somebody dumped the hot cross buns off of the counter, which is a tragedy. Nobody wants their hot cross buns to be inverted. That's just unfortunate, because those take a while to cook. Like, have you ever, like, baked hot cross buns and then just, like, dropped one on the ground? It's, like, instant sad. Ruins your day. It's like dropping your ice cream cone on the floor. It's the worst. You know what wasn't the worst, chat? I had a pizza pretzel for breakfast yesterday. It was great. Very healthy breakfast. Hobo, as a chef, can you back me up that a pizza pretzel is an excellent, healthy breakfast? That my doctor won't squint and glare at me at all for? Pretzel, not prizzle. Pretzel. Do you know? Apparently, did Germans just not know what pizza pretzels are? Because, like, FG unironically asked me, what is a pizza pretzel? She said that she'd heard of pizza pretzels, but had never had a pizza pretzel. Because, like, this is a pizza pretzel. It's literally just, like, a pretzel with pizza stuff on it. Like, I mean, there's lots of... That's kind of what mine looked like. You never heard of that either? What planet are you from? You live in, like, hipster central. How do you not know what a pizza pretzel is? What? What? How do you live on Earth? For however many years you've existed and not, like, enjoyed a good pizza pretzel. An abomination? It's literally just bread with cheese and sometimes, like, tomato sauce and meat on it. Like, what? It's just a good breakfast is what I say. Das dort! Le Cid Dulor. The weaver has created Rakas Satam, a bulky cave spider silk shoe, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Zuglar Boltstrap. A single shoe. well. This is a bulky cave spider silk shoe. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. Also, it's bulky, so I don't think doors can even do that. No, it's a pizza pretzel. Completely different thing. Well, I'll say this about all of you who've never had a pizza pretzel. I'm sorry that you are incapable of acknowledging simple happinesses in life. I eat healthy, like, 14 days out of 15. But, you know, you gotta fuck around every now and again. This is a bulky cave spider silk shoe. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round quartzite cabochons and encircled with bands of cave spider silk, cushioned quartzite cabochons, and briolette cut cherry opals. It is made from cave spider silk cloth, and this object menaces with spikes of cave spider silk and cave crocodile bone. Willamorian, and the object menace, and on the item is an image of guava trees and phyllite. I've never been to New York, so I am incapable of having a pretzel in New York. There's a pizza pastry around? It's probably pretty similar. But an abomination? No, now you guys are just being unnecessarily aggro. Fair enough. If you guys want to make fun of me for enjoying something for once, go nuts. You can do that. That's called bullying, though. I'll have you know. Investments are open. Heads up, John. Oh, you can do that, too. But, like, a pizza pretzel's better. Because it's like, you take a pretzel, and then you put it in the oven with pizza stuff on top of it, and then you melt all the pizza stuff onto it. So, it's like a pizza-infused pretzel instead of just, like, a pretzel cut in half with pizza stuff in the middle. What, in between two slices? No, I mean, it's like evenly coated on the outside of the pretzel if you do it right. And this one was done right, so it's definitely not nasty. But, you know, I will change the subject since chat, like, you know, it's funny. Chat doesn't like it when I'm upset, but also if something makes me even remotely happy, chat's only response is, abomination, heretic, piece of shit, you're disgusting, fall off a bridge and die. And you know what? Okay. I'll stop telling you about things that make me happy. All right, let's work on this. You know, it's funny because I'm not joking. You guys want to know how my day was, and or want to see me happy, and don't like it when I'm in a bad mood, but then proceed to crush everything that makes me happy. Maybe I should just end the stream and go and cry in the corner, like I do every other day. I mean, I knew that. Come on. I mean, the hive mind of humans is always a bad thing. This Twitter has proven this. Oh, you mean like pretzel sticks? I've never understood those, to be completely honest with you. I'm definitely going to get a pretzel from Phillips Brewing when I go over to the island, though, because Phillips Brewing is one of the better breweries over on Vancouver Island, and they have a brew pub / tasting house thing, and they have homemade fresh baked pretzels and hand whipped mustard from mustard seed that they grow literally behind their brewery in a big old garden. So. I mean, because you literally are an evil stepmother who's trampling on my happiness. I'm not the one who called it an abomination. God forbid I enjoy some food once in a while. Like to give you an actual example of this, right? I'm a type 1 diabetic who has had a very limited diet for the last 2 years because I have to keep my blood sugar in line or I literally die slowly and my eyes fall apart faster than they already are, right? So I enjoy a piece of unhealthy food for once, correctly carb count it, and come out the other end without high blood sugar. That's like a fucking miracle for me. and your response is to joke about how it's an abomination and how I'm a heretic, I don't find that funny, even remotely. Maybe you think it's hilarious and that's great for you and I'm happy for you, but I'm sorry for getting some enjoyment out of my day. Like quite literally, like it, and this always comes back to, you know, what might be funny for you isn't necessarily funny for somebody else, and if it doesn't get the response that you wanted, don't be offended, because quite literally, it's like, sure, that's great that you think that that's hilarious. I don't find that funny, because I successfully carb counted and ate a pizza pretzel for the first time in several years, and I'm very proud of myself, and I had something that was enjoyable. And your response is, it's an abomination and disgusting or whatever. And I'm sorry for enjoying food. Quite literally. Sure. If you genuinely think I'm worked up, then you don't know me very well. I'm more just disappointed in memeing back. If you say that somebody is having an abomination, naturally they're going to be defensive. I'm not going to try lasagna for a while. I don't need to eat lasagna. I don't like lasagna that much. But no, I'm not offended. You meme in a negative way, I'm going to fucking throw it back in your face. Right? So if I say that I enjoy something and you say that's an abomination, I'm going to rail on you for a bit because you railed on me. Give and take. If I was actually mad, I would have banned you or like timed you out or something, but I'm not. I'm just rambling. This is literally just me talking. This is how I talk all the time. This is just my personality. But no, I didn't think your joke was particularly funny. Damn it. Why do I keep it in capital F? There are cheese pretzels, but most people who have a hand-sized pizza instead. I mean, to be fair, hand-sized pizza is like better than a pizza pretzel, but like sometimes you don't want a whole hand-sized pizza. Now, now, Hobo, here's the thing. While I agree with you on that, if you eat a hot dog and say it's a sandwich or a taco, we can't be friends. If you say, I'm going to go get a taco, and then you're eating a hot dog 3 minutes later, and you're like, yeah, it's a taco, we can't hang out. Sorry. All of the conventions we've been to, all of the times we've, like, shared Airbnbs and hotel fees, yeah, no, I can't do that anymore if you eat a hot dog and call it a taco. It's a fucking hot dog. It's cool. It's nice to play a town builder that doesn't stab me in the face with stupid almost immediately. It's a cute little management game. It kind of reminds me of like a smaller scale Songs of Six, Zycrom. I enjoyed it. I look forward to playing more of it as they add more to it. I mean, I mostly was just joking around. To be completely clear, there was no point in that discussion I got mad. But you need to realize, let people enjoy things sometimes. Not every joke needs to be overwhelmingly negative, right? Like, you can be humorous about something without just being mean about something. That sounds like a delicious taco shell with a sausage in it. Also, what's a sausage? Sausage? Sausage. How do you pronounce that? Susig. Seems pretty sus. But yeah, no, you can joke about almost anything, right, H2O? But if you don't always get a positive reaction from it, don't be surprised. Because if you say something that I don't think is funny, I'm not going to say that, haha, it's funny. If I don't think it's funny, I don't think it's funny, and that's kind of flat. It's just how I am. I am incapable of lying that I think something is funny if I don't think it's funny. All right, we've got bits and pieces of this goblin that needs to go. I think in the last like 2 years streaming, there has been like maybe 5 times in my memory that I've actually been mad. You are completely correct. Isn't hot dog like a brand name? Or am I mistaken there? I'm pretty sure that hot dog is just a brand. It's like a Band-Aid situation. What? Also, Hobo, the only thing that's good for a hard taco shell is stabbing your friends with. I mean, we totally could have just gone down that road. Like, basically, at the end of the day, if no one's been banned, I'm not mad. Quite literally, like that's the end. Like I don't know. Sometimes I gather I can be kind of hard to read, and I realize that. That's something I'm working on, trying to be better at that. There's a lot of miasma coming out of that. Guys, you want to deal with that corpse? Did I unlock that door? That might be the reason why. Maybe I didn't unlock that door. I didn't unlock that door. Shit. All right. Well, let's pull that lever and then unlock that door. Then we can get rid of it. Anybody want to? Boop. There we go. Open the door and unlock that. There you go. Yeah, I realize I can be kind of hard to read sometimes, but you know, it's something that I'm trying to be better at. Yeah. Well, naturally. Tube steak? From now on, I'm going to refer to hot dogs as tube steaks for the rest of my life. Thank you. You have just bettered my life. I'm so happy. That is wonderful. Tube steaks. Chat, from now on, you're no longer allowed to refer to hot dogs as hot dogs in this chat, and tube steaks are the only proper reference material. Because that is great. It's your shtick. If you want to be sarcastic in Twitch chats and it come across as actual sarcasm, use Kappa. Kappa is like the international like distinction for joke and sarcasm. So if you type in Kappa, which is this emo, then I'll know you're being sarcastic. So if you say something that's really negative about something that I'm liking, like, you are totally allowed to be sarcastic. But if you don't use that emote, it's sometimes hard to read sarcasm. So if you say something and don't necessarily get the response you were expecting, perhaps it's because you worded it in such a way that is difficult to read and didn't use an emote that would signify that you were being sarcastic. You know what I mean? Like, it's easy to miscommunicate with text. Also, then, like, I can be kind of hard to read sometimes. You never really got into the whole emo culture? The whole emo culture exists for a reason. At least, like, the global emotes do. Like, if you want to be old-fashioned, say, I am being twat/s. Then I'll know that you're being sarcastic. You're an emoji. Now go watch the Emoji Movie with your child from the current millennium, Zychrom. Oh, definitely. I know every single one of you very, 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 very well on a personal level, and I've known all of you for the last 25 years, and I can immediately detect what is and what is not humor. I mean, use everything within reason. Well, yeah, /s is a really good, is the other good way of just like immediately being like, yo, I'm being Thurkath. It's like, okay, I understand it. The Baroness Consort has given birth to a second baby. So now you have Royal Baby and Royal Baby 2. Hell yeah. Is the dad the right dad? Yeah, they are. Look at that. You got a Baron and a Baroness. 2 babies. Nice. Uh-oh. Okay, never mind. Somebody's dying in a war because a bunch of people got... Oh, someone died of old age because that was the first of spring. And then this person became the sheriff, militia commander, and mayor of a different place. I have no idea what that means, Dad Calthor. What H2O said. Yeah, what? I think it's the fair question to ask. Just what? Pardon? Oh, that was slate, not phthalate. The National Hot Dog and Sausage Council, NHDSC, has declared that a hot dog is not a sandwich. Also, excellent! See? It's that easy. If you want to solve the internet's problems, simply look at Wikipedia. I wonder... now, hold on a second. Someone go to Wikipedia and figure out if Wikipedia says that God is real or not. I need to know. I just want to see what comes out the other end of that one. I have a question. Just an honest question, Scooby Doobery. Hot dog goes around wiener, right? Or like the hot dog bun goes around wiener, right? Do you eat it like this? Or do you eat it closed? Like, do you hold it and eat it? Because at that point, it's less of an open-faced sandwich and more of a sub, like from Subway. Like a sub sandwich. You know what I'm saying? It's like a baguette, like cut in half kind of thing. I've actually had a baguette hot dogs. Those are good. I get it too, Stone. That's funny. Uh-oh. Dwarves. You know what? Let's just leave a spot there. Most of the water won't get left, and the dwarf immediately fell asleep. You have a special size. I've seen those. Yeah, I've seen those. Or pictures of those, rather. Never had one. We don't really do that around here. Those look tasty, though. Those look like something I would eat at a fair, actually. They kind of remind me of, like, sausage rolls, which is just, like, batter around a sausage, basically. But yeah, no, I mean, if you're eating a hot dog like an open-faced sandwich, more power to you, but, like, either you are super-duper overloading that hot dog, or, like, you're gonna have to eat that fucker with a fork and knife, because, like, I don't know, the whole purpose of the bun is that you close it, so. The fact that, I do love the fact that there's a hot dog association. I'm not surprised that exists. You know, actually, now I have a more important question, which probably Hobo could answer for us. Does the Hot Dog Association have a convention? And do you get hot dogs for going? And has it happened since 2020? Those are the 3 questions I have. Do they have a convention? Because I know there's a pizza convention. So if there's a pizza convention, is there a hot dog convention? No, you know, I completely agree. I mean, I've had hot dogs that are like if you take beans and sauerkraut, it's very easy to have a hot dog that becomes more of like a hot-dog.org. Excellent. Excellent. Where does this happen? This is like a way shittier looking website than I was expecting. This is an awful website. Jesus. They have a YouTube channel? Oh my god. They have 500 subscribers on their YouTube channel? What is this shit? They uploaded how hot dogs are made 7 years ago. And hold on, this lady is the queen of ween. I have a feeling this is probably a gold mine of utter garbage. Anyway, here, it's the hot dog council. Have fun, Chad. Be nice. Also, this website looks like it was made in like 2008 and hasn't been updated. Imagine having Queen of Ween beneath your name. Yeah, definitely. Infinity, definitely. Is there a place in Vienna called Wien? Yeah, it is. That is a WordPress looking website. Now that you mention it, the thing is, like, I'm so used to most businesses and groups like that just like buying like a Squarespace website and having like that ultra modern look with like the annoying scrolling backgrounds. That's what I'm used to now. So whenever I see like a WordPress site, it's like, whoa, blast from the past. Hello. Really? Huh. Bad pun alert. Does that mean that that city is weaning? I did not know there was a city called Ween. I guess that's the more you know. All right. I think it's time for us to begin building our bridge. We're gonna use Cinnabar for this upper area. I think it'll be a nice aesthetic. I mean, I'm very familiar with Vienna, but I don't know about Wien. But huh. I'm learning things. I was joking about sausages, and I'm learning things. Before the rain comes and then dinner with family. We'll see you when we see you, Taylor. Thanks for hanging out today. Thanks for chilling. Thanks for watching. Yeah, something that I've been working on is making it easier for people to detect when I'm being serious and not. Like, I have this problem where, like, my humor can get a bit too dry at times. And there will be times where, I think I kind of developed my humor from my dad and my grandma. My grandma's very Irish, and she just, like, I love my wiener coffee mug. I don't want to click that link, but I guess I'm going to click that link. Is this official merchandise? Please tell me this is official merchandise. Please tell me that's official. That's wonderful. I don't want to buy that, but, like, I'm going to be honest, I kind of want to buy that mug. I'm not going to. That's a waste of fucking money. But I kind of want to buy that mug. Anyway, like, I have a tendency of just, like, my sense of humor is just kind of like nagging people. And I've kind of, like, it's kind of like the bad side of, like, my family's sense of humor that I've picked up over the years. And it's something that, like, I've been in hot debate with myself over the past few years as to whether or not I should just completely drop it or, like, try and just change my speech patterns so that it fits a bit better and people can, like, understand it a bit better. But I don't know. It's something that I've been trying to, like, another thing that I've just been trying to do is, like, not snap as much and, like, just be more understanding in general so that people can, like, detect when, because, like, I've been in a really good mood the past, like, week and a half. And like anybody who's been watching me for a long time will know that I kind of go through cycles where I get really depressed for a bit, and then I'm very down, and my brain doesn't work properly, and it sucks. And then I'll go through periods where I'm great. And right now I'm pretty good. So it's a tricky spot to be in because it's like I'm on one hand trying to just work through like my depressive spikes and try and figure out how to get better at not falling into those as often. But at the same time, like when I'm in a good mood, it's hard to detect whether or not I'm in a good mood or if it's like if I'm in a good mood and just like nagging at somebody and just fucking around like today, or if I'm like pissed off and in a bad mood. So that's something that I've been working on that I'm trying to get better at. I think I am slowly. About conventions? Hot dog days. This is one of the worst things I've ever seen. That is all I have to say. This is genuinely one of the worst things I've ever seen. There we go, all the way around. Why don't we just swap the Z for an S? Magic balloon. Because that would work just fine in my opinion. Wait, what did Infinity say? Obviously, you don't want to check for streams being up manually, but it does seem that Twitch makes it rather inconvenient to do it automatically for reasons you don't understand. Wait, what? C6? Where did that comment come from? I'm trying to figure out what that's referencing. Oh, I see. Yeah, I'm filing back through this conversation. It goes back quite a while. Some Photoshop-worthy screenshots in general. All in good spirit. Wait, what? What, of me? Yeah, go nuts. I don't know what? Yeah, go nuts. Go nuts. Post them in memes. And Ander's done some really good, like, screen grab memes of me that I have saved on my computer. That's kind of what the memes room is for. It's just like all the crap that Diamond Destruct posts in there. Like, you know, this kind of shit. You know, also, you could really do a good, like, cracking your back joke with that. Like, that's me getting up and stretching in the morning. We're naming another shield. Speaking of good spirits, when I go on vacation or when you're looking for something to watch and I'm not streaming, you should go watch that hour and 20-minute long video I put up about Dungeon Mans the other day. Because I'm very happy with how it turned out. And unfortunately, not a lot of people have seen that video. So I would like more people to see that video. It's actually kind of funny, Alien Slayer. It's my highest like to view ratio on YouTube. So on average, 1 in 3 people who watched that video left a like, but It's got almost 100 likes and like not even 350 views, which is just kind of sad. Gives you inspiration to keep working on your own. You'd really like the first like 10 seconds of it then. Because literally it's just like, I love doing things like this because if it helps inspire somebody else to make the next game that I lose a weekend to playing, I'm all for it. I need to cut more slate. Question is, do I have slate? Nope. Shit. Well, crap. I need to go mining more before I can really do more stuff. You had it running live? Good stuff. You were one of the 15 people that made it to the premiere. But yeah, no, I'm happy with the response to it. I mean, I'm never going to complain by about a 100% like to dislike ratio and a bunch of positive comments. I just think it's a pity that, you know, it's done well enough for me to keep making videos like that. Because, you know, people on my Patreon have seen it. People through Twitch have seen it and all that. But if a video does well, like if it gets a couple thousand views, then at that point the developer starts to notice and dev gets some sales. And that's like I think the ideal outcome is that dev gets some sales as well, instead of just like video being released and then it just kind of goes just appears and disappears, which is kind of what happened, which is unfortunate. But short on spare time right now. I get you, CCX. Out of curiosity, are you actually planning on doing a thing for hosting, or is that just something that we've talked about back and forth? Because I've got a few people that are like querying about that. Who were lurking the other day when we were talking about that. Let's go around the edge. But yeah, as far as the interviews that I make, like, yeah, they're meant to just be there. Right now, I'm just kind of pushing people towards it because, like, I don't know. It would be neat if like if it did well enough that the YouTube algorithm like noticed that it existed. But outside of that, it's like, doesn't really matter all that much. I'm happy with the video. Oh, probably. I've missed a lot of chat today because I've been building stuff and trying to get a lot of building stuff done before we get invaded next. So I've missed a lot of chat today. So feel free to repost stuff if I miss things. I also feel like I've just been doing sometimes I do a terrible job reading chat, and by that I mean like I will miss that somebody's here until they're leaving kind of thing. And today is one of those days. Unless you happen to have a bunch of free time tomorrow, I won't look into the hosting thing until the weekend. The way the API is locked behind various keys you need to register to make it is a bit of a pain in the ass. Gotcha. I mean, that's like, it's not time sensitive. So. And the fact that you're looking into doing it at all is more than enough for me. So all I have to say is thanks. But yeah, I have no idea how the Twitch backend stuff works because I know very little about that. I also know very little about the time constraints and whatnot. I just know that people would use it. let's go around the edge. Hopefully, a theoretical tool that could fix the auto-hosting issue. H2O. You would use it and you're not a streamer. Just to, like, feel that your hosts are doing something instead of having to manually host everybody all the time. This is looking pretty cool, I'm not gonna lie. This is a cool little pattern. Check memes, what'd you do? Am I going to laugh hysterically or sigh? Or both? I don't even know what... Is this supposed to be like one ring to rule them all? What even is that? I like it though. I like it. That's almost new profile pic. Kulot, the dwarven child, has become possessed. What are you going to go claim? Claims a craft store shop. Grabs a piece of wood. Summoning an orb. I have the power. I mean, one of my favorite subreddits is Photoshop battles. So, like, you know, as long as you're not putting, like, you know, making it into racist memes, I don't really care. Go nuts. That shit's good fun. I mean, I'm broadcasting literally thousands of hours of my face on the internet. Someone's got to do something funny with them. You know, I that probably is hobo. But you do better. Make me summon a wiener or something. You considered setting up a little script for your PC that you would run permanently on your machine and query the server all the time, so you'd rather not do that that way? Ugh, yeah, no kidding. Mayor has banned certain imp exports, and we need 2 more earrings. I'm not gonna spend an hour. Yeah, I mean, like, considering it was done in what, like, 20 minutes tops. That's not bad. Give the guy some credit. Speaking of giving people credit, apparently that synthesizer puzzle game is good. Apparently. More like 2 minutes? Okay. Can you post the original? It's in general, Hobo. There's a few images in general. Also, why would I ban you for doing that, H2O? That's funny. Totally fine. Also, if these are from today, I have absolutely no memory of doing that. So, good for you. And Child has begun a mysterious construction. Hopefully you make something interesting. I will link it. It's called Signal State. It's like a... It looks... I mean, I haven't played it. It looks like somebody took... Somebody took Zachtronics games and crammed modular synthesizers into it. It's this. It's like using pretty realistic virtual modular synthesizers to create signal patterns. And supposedly it's very good. I was watching a stream of it the other night, and the tunes were popping, too. The Pits of Malice acted. A short walk to the southeast has been conquered and now looks to your thriving economy for its future prosperity. The Pits of Malice acted. Is that a goblin pits? That can happen? Huh. I know that Helix is conformed. I've never seen this notification saying that something got conquered. That's cool. I like that. Neat. Huh. The Dark Human Pits of Malice acted. Of the future group of the Pregnant Realm, which is a human civilization. Did you know that allied factions can be economically linked to you? Chat, did you know that? Because I didn't. The more you know. Fascinating. How evil are we this round? Well, I'm building a big creepy tower. Currently not evil at all. Maybe a 2. I drowned a bunch of goblins, which is, you know, perfectly reasonable. I would say. You had a stupid idea for a thing? Did you make a thing that I need to look at? Oh yeah, we will. But the thing is, it's all about build up, right? So if we go get a Necronomicon right now, that would be great. But also, I don't have 200 dwarves yet. I haven't upped my population cap to that just yet. And I would say that currently in my headcanon, the fort isn't ready for that. We will get there though. I mean, I want this fort to kind of last until the end of October. Which is what we are focusing on right now. So, but we will definitely nom some Comic-Cons. For sure. So yes, all in due time. Our time will come, as they say. Till then, I'm just building a cool-ass tower. Because, you know, necromancers need a cool-ass tower, otherwise what's the point, even? Right now, we know the Baron who is running the fort is just simply instructing us with, telling us that we must build the tower, and that the tower must be great, and it must have very intricate designs, and we will all be so happy when it is completed. And we also worship a god of poetry and murder, which is interesting. No, it's not. At least I don't think it is. I want to say that that's one of those things that's supposed to come in Villains Part 2, or like Tarn's talked about before, but that's something I should actually ask in the future. I mean, right now, necromancers are completely busted and not actually operating the way they're supposed to, so. Everything is proceeding as it has been foreseen. Yes. I have foreseen everything. I'm giving you multiple seconds. You have plenty of seconds. Take your time. But yeah, I mean, currently the evilest thing in our fort right now is we have a captured werepanda who came in and tried to kill the fort and now just lives in here. So, you know, that's our pet, I guess. Colette Loloko Kang, the dwarven child, has created Kira Rezot, a limewood stigaz, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Staggood Gearshot. An instrument? It's worth 61,200 monies. The Righteous Raptor, the best raptor. I like that name. I I don't know what your our perfectly legitimate humane defense system, and you degrade it to a drowning pit. Now that's just rude. I'll have you know it is a very sophisticated feat of dwarven engineering. It ain't not just any drowning pit. It's a very sophisticated, powerful, defensive mechanism to fend off any unwanted invaders. I don't think that's evil. I think that that is legitimate self-defense. And it's their fault. They walked into it. Anyway, this is... Okay, so a stegaz is a mid-sized handheld wooden musical instrument, which uses leather bellows to pressurize air, ultimately blowing it through any of the 84 stone pipes. The musician directs air through the chosen pipes by playing a glass keyboard. The instrument has flue pipes and reed pipes, so it's like a hand organ. And the instrument has 4.5 octave range, going from mid-low to an extremely high pitch. The instrument has a breathy, light, flat timbre. This is a limewood stegaz. Stegaz. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with emerald-cut rhyolites and decorated with lime wood and cassowary bone, and encircled with bands of cushioned diorite cabochons and square-cut rubicelles. This object menaces with spikes of giant mongoose leather. On the item is an image of a pear-cut gem in cassowary bone. On the item is an image of Unib Gorgetot, the dwarf and dwarves in gypsum. Unib Gorgetot is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Unib Gorgetot to the position of king of the Rag of Suns in the year 519. Probably still our current king, I would assume. I just read what it was. It is a mid-sized handheld wooden musical instrument, which uses a leather bellows to pressurize air, ultimately blowing it through any of the 84 stone pipes, played with a glass keyboard. I don't know how we got glass, but cool. Apparently we have another instrument that I should put down here. And I need to make some... Rock coffer is what I'm looking for, because I'm not coffin. Coffer. It was brain dumb. There we go. Back to thing. It's a dwarven name for a thing. They randomly generate names for musical instruments, and musical instruments are generated differently for every faction of every world, so... Which often end up being, like, familiar sounding instruments from our world, but, you know. Yeah, so they're randomly generated instruments, basically. So the names, and so, like, often you'll get an instrument, or you'll see a piece of an instrument in, like, the crafting thing, you'll be like, the fuck's that? And then you try and look it up on the wiki, and you'll get nothing, because it's just a randomly generated instrument. So, it'll be like... Sandwich! A sandwich drum, pipe organ, that plays with a violin bow and strings. Oh, did you put a sandwich in my hand? Hold on, let me go look. Just let me finish putting fool's gold all over my floor. This is gonna be a gaudy ass entrance by the time it's done. Okay. What did you do, hobo? It's a strange looking sandwich you got there, hobo. You know, I'm gonna go chat, rate this Photoshop. What's a better Photoshop? This or this? Which one's better? Do you think? If you had to rate this one out of 10, the summoning an orb, and then rate the sandwich out of 10. Which one's better? Who shopped it better? Most of these dwarves are doing pretty swell, I would say. A few minor problems in the fort, but generally I'd say these dwarves are doing pretty good. If it used the correct meme text format, yeah, I tend to agree with that detail, Dominoc. Sandwich one is 8 out of 10 for memes, so sandwich because it's in memes. Okay. Okay. Is more soul and you're also hungry now. It's also hungry time of day for me now too. It is 1:10 p.m. So over the next hour or so, I'm just gonna get progressively hungrier. Hungrier. Your effort is far less quality. I mean, if it has more heart, maybe you'll win for effort. Its impact with black stroke, isn't that the meme text format? I don't actually know what the meme text format is because I've never made a meme text. So chat will have to be the judge of this. Also, we powered through all of our yarn cloth from looks of things. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not much of a meme critiquer, which is why I'm letting chat do it. They're both a 7, where anything I've ever made was between a 1 and a -10. So the blue ring is, but you like the blue ring better. Okay. So chat, how do you like my sideways Pac-Man? That's getting eaten by a sideways blue Pac-Man. Which is obviously what this image is. It's a sideways Pac-Man getting eaten by a sideways blue Pac-Man. I was kind of imagining it being like, I don't know, like a blue sky and then a tower underneath, but... I like it. It's a hero. Don't at me. You know, it's true story. In my entire life, I've never actually created a meme. I've done my fair share of stealing memes and reposting them, but I've never actually made one. I'm a creative person, but not in that sense, I suppose. It appears to be at you. Yeah, don't at me, just at you. What? This is a much nicer entrance. Although, is that blood? There's a pool of goblin blood. Excellent entrance. I love the extra decorations. I'm working these dwarves to the bone. I mean, I will be kind of shocked if this fort doesn't end up getting, like, mountain home status at some point. So that's part of why I'm making this fortress intentionally gaudy. It's because I'm kind of hoping we'll get mountain home status. And DF when? Liquids don't really stain in Dwarf Fortress. If there's a liquid on the ground and you pour lava on it and the liquid isn't water, it does get stuck in. So like if you cover a whole bunch of ground with, like, if you have water and then you fill that water up with pus and then you pour lava on the water, then the obsidian tile becomes infused with the pus or the blood, which I've been pulling off in Long Death. I don't know how you would do that in a pattern, though. That's maybe beyond my current ability, anyway. About memes, some 8 years ago, you had to make a paper about a certain linguistic concept. You went with sociology and language spoken by groups, and as an example, we used sociology on people on the internet and pretty much using it as an excuse to talk about memes. Sounds fascinating, though. Like, genuinely, like that's actually a really interesting subject. I mean, like, memes are changing the way we speak and communicate. That's a fact. I can, like, comedically hate it all I want, but, like, it is changing how we communicate. No, memes went mainstream when we all realized that they were called memes. Back in my day, we used to call memes memes or memes, so... And before that, they were jokes. They were internet jokes. And your teacher learned a lot. That's interesting. Memes are almost poetry for some. I don't know if I'd say poetry, but at the very least for me, it's certainly like modern verbal culture. You're legally a poet? Is that a legal status? I don't know what I'm gonna do with this. I mean, I know that, like, rap certainly is poetry. I mean, it's certainly a verbal art form. I don't know if I'd call it poetry. I don't know if poetry is like the right word. But, like, I always upset my parents when I say that rap is poetry. It's just not poetry about what people would, like, traditionally think of poems. But a lot of hip-hop and R&B and rap is poetry. Because poetry just seems wrong because we have the idea that to prejudge that poetry is written by intellectuals who are well-read and studied. I don't believe that, no. Because you can just write poetry about your experiences, and you don't necessarily need to be well-read or studied. You just need to have a basic understanding of linguistics, right? You don't need to be super well-read. Like, I mean, they're very smart people, but, like, the actual verbiage used in, like, an Idol song, is very poetic, but they're not about the most complex subjects. I mean, yeah, you can also write poems about absolute nonsense, see the Jabberwocky. But See, I guess my thing with memes is, and the reason I'm having a hard time like wrapping my mind around the concept of memes as poetry is, for me, memes is more akin to just humor. That's good to hear that you're alive, Ethcravicus. Like, for me, memes are more just humor or parody or a joke or comedy or, but it is certainly like a format of like internet literature. I mean, I don't know if poetry is necessarily the right word, or rather, I don't know if it's a word I would use. I'm not going to say that it's the wrong word, but I don't know if that's a word I would use. But I could see the argument for sure. I mean, you can have a comedic poem. Like, you can write a poem that is funny. But then again, not all memes are funny, you know? Like, go digging into dark memes. That shit's not funny. I mean, there's also the rabbit hole that poems don't need to rhyme. I don't know, but also I'm not super studied on the subject, so someone who's more studied on the subject of poetry would probably be a better. Like, if someone could give me like a rock solid reason as to why memes are poetry, I'd probably just agree with you because it's not my subject of study. I guess I think that the hardest part for me, Dominoc, about that statement is like, for me, a poem is a recited or like, and I'm probably wrong about this, but when I think of a poem, I think of something that is either recited or spoken or read. When I think of a meme, I think of an image or a combination of images. I don't so much think of a phrase, but there are memes that are phrases, so I don't know. I mean, you're probably right. Like, when I think of memes, I think of, like, you know, a 3-second GIF. I don't really think of a piece of writing, but then again, you know, I am a Navy SEAL with so many thousands of confirmed kills, blah 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 blah, all that bullshit. You like this, the visuals of this entrance? Because this is our entrance. The difference between a Shakespearean and an Italian sonnet, even though you won't touch language as an academic subject in your entire life, then why'd you have to learn it? All right, because the schooling system is a waste of time. I'm more just like joking at this point, but haikus confuse the ever-living fuck out of me, and every now and again someone will like use haiku bot on me on Reddit, and I'll just like stare at it for like 5 minutes and then remind myself I don't understand any of this shit, and then go back to my day. Also, yeah, it does look like it has depth. I didn't even do that intentionally. Damn, it looks like it has depth. I'm seeing it now. Like, yeah, like the orange floor is the hallway, and then the yellow is like walls, and then the blue is like sky, and then that's just like a doorway at the end. It kind of does look like it has depth. That's cool. Did not do that intentionally. I'll be honest with you, I've never watched an episode of Naruto. Not in my entire life. So I would not know. I mean, I've seen every single episode of Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z, so maybe you would have? I don't know. It's not out of the realm of possibility that I would have seen Naruto, but I have not. But what if I did? Forget this person that I've never heard of. Lead shearing demonstration. Meditate on generosity. They're doing combat drills. A vile force of darkness has arrived. How unfortunate for them. A force dark and vile. The goblins have arrived. Well, it's time to send everybody indoors, first and foremost. Turn off job cancellations. And give her a second. Oh no, there's a dead dwarf outside? Who are you? We'll deal with that when we come to that. Darren, thanks for the $1. For the goblins, I suppose. Just need somebody to pull that lever. We pulled the lever. All right, now I can turn these off. Well, temporarily. I actually need to leave it on. See, that is not what I wanted to do. But you turn off, and you turn off. I will pull this lever and pull this lever. And then actually, I'm going to pause the game for a second and take a real quick restroom break, because apparently I need to pee. And then we'll continue. All right, let us continue. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. I just wish that a larger number of people had seen the video by this point. All right, so let's see what we can do. Open top side is literally just open to the wilds, so they can just go in. So what we're going to do, I'm going to make sure that those doors should just be available. Pulled one lever. And the other lever. All right, so it is now accessible for the goblins. So theoretically, they should come flying in. Where did you post it? Oh, you put it on Discord. In chat, go read Stone's poem on Discord. But now we get to figure out how many goblins and if they care about this at all. Which hopefully they don't. They shouldn't. Theoretically. But you never know. It's a big-ass crowd of trolls and beak dogs and goblins. But they should go all the way up to this little down ramp right here. That's where they should go. Because that is technically a direct route into the fort. So let's just follow the goblins. Yeah, I'm actually very happy with how the interview turned out, especially the content of it, Darren. It makes me kind of sad because out of all of the interviews I've done, it's taken off the least on various subreddits that I posted on. And my YouTube channel will give lots of views to anything that is Dwarf Fortress related directly, or Dwarf Fortress adjacent, or a game that they know about. And unfortunately, Dungeon Man's is a game that I think a lot of people who are just getting into Dwarf Fortress and roguelikes now kind of missed. Like it's a game that's been out and around for a while, so a lot of people I think don't look when they see it. So also, what makes you think there's a vampire? Just because there's a dwarf randomly dead does not mean there's a vampire. Now that dwarf died a while ago. Curse metal. That dwarf died a while ago. I guess I never made a coffin for them. Is the actual problem. I think I actually made a slab for them because they died during the last siege. So like they've been memorialized. I never made them an actual tomb. So no, not a vampire. So now I just need to capture the majority of them in the trap. And then we get to do the killing. Although that troll running up ahead is a problem. We'll follow that troll. Oh, I mean, it's definitely an interesting interview, if I do say so myself. You know, I would just... Like I said earlier today, the video has done more than well enough for me to keep doing them, and all of the people that I need to see the video have seen it. The issue that I have with it is it hasn't done well enough to actually help the game in any way. You know, if a video starts to get a couple thousand views, then the dev will start to notice because it'll start to get a couple sales. But the video's only got a few hundred views right now, so that's like very, very low numbers, which is kind of unfortunate. But video itself is good. I'm happy with that. Let's kill this troll that's run out ahead. Because like the goblins haven't even entered the tunnel yet. But this troll's like almost at the end. So we can should be able to just book it out here. Quickly kill the troll. This dwarf up in the lead is carrying a book. And troll flies into 1,000 pieces and then they run away. Afraid when experiencing trauma. Well, hopefully it traumatizes you and you move on with your life. Solon the Defender, Swordmaster bites the troll in the head, tearing the fat and bruising the muscle. The troll is stunned, latches on firmly. Swordmaster slashes the troll in the head with her named sword, and the part sails off in an arc, so they beheaded it. Good dwarves. Oh no. Can we please go back and get those books? I don't want to crush books. That's bad. Can somebody please go claim those books? Anybody? Okay, cool. There's jobs posted on those. All right, goblins coming down. They coming down. First of many, I hope. I hope that they group up underground. Dwarf got Stone's poem as a weapon. Potentially. Just going to erase this area. Let's let that front line make it 2/3 of the way through, and then we'll slam the door shut. The problem is, if there aren't too many, we won't actually make the siege leave. Not that I'm aware of. I don't think there's any way to prevent it, per se. The trolls are running ahead again. Yeah, and I can't send the soldiers in to kill those trolls. This might be what we're getting from the siege. Let's just try doing this, see what happens. Uh-oh. Whoop, they turned around. That's good. Well, you guys are sealed inside. What do you guys think? Do you think that's enough? Because, like, mostly what's left is, like, some goblins in the stairwell. Mostly trolls and beak dogs. And a few goblins up on the surface. I think that's enough. I think that that's enough. So I think it is time for us to pull the lever of Big Whoosh. Bigu Whoosh. And let the drowning begin. The moment you've been waiting for? Well, I hope it was worth the wait. Much more effective than round 1. Because that time it was actually full. That's what I'm talking about. Let's have a peek at this. Okay, so out of the goblins, that's how many are drowning, all the blue ones. Might have to do a second Big Whoosh. Yeah, no, because it actually was full this time. The first time we ran it, it wasn't full. How deep is that? Yeah, this is like drowning tier, so they're all dead already. Toasted got reelected, naturally. All right, so I'm going to pull the Big Whoosh lever again. Send the dwarf down there. And then let's see how much water's still in here. Yeah, it's still got like more than half of the water in here. So we've definitely made this big enough. You know it, Diamond. Although I don't think your propaganda is going to go very far here. Now I can pull the drain, which will actually help it fill faster again, because the drain is going to flow mostly back into the pumps down here. So the drain's down here, so whenever they pull the drain lever, the water will then start spilling down into here. And then we'll get pumped back in. Of course, the blood will be filtered out and everything. Not bad, if I do say so myself. And then it directly speeds up the pumping back in the top. And because there's still a bunch left in the siege, yeah, I'm down to do a round 2. This will drain in a couple of minutes, not even. Like it's already like halfway drained. And then we're pumping it back in through the pumps down here. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. We have to clean them with proper filtered water. That would just be like we're evil, but we're not inhumane. Come on. But yeah, no, that's what happens. So when you have one layer of water and a layer that isn't totally full, it just drains at like water speed. But if you have a layer and then another whole layer, it starts to build up pressure. And that's how you get those insta floods where it just goes boosh, is when you have pressure built up. So we had pressure built up. so it did the insta flood. So this is like halfway full already. How much water is in here? Yeah, so this is all just pumping straight back up into the pumps. And how full is this? Oh, this is like almost empty already. Meaning give it like, I don't know, a minute. We can open her back up and bring more in. Only the best mountain glacier spring water, I'll have you know. Not only are we dwarves, and not only are we evil dwarves, but we're evil hipster dwarves. The worst kind of dwarves. So chat, what do you guys think of my water trap? Is it satisfactory? I can't wait to see this shit in the Steam version. Like, it's gonna be, I mean, it's still gonna be the same game, but I can't wait to see this stuff. The only real issue is that it's not self-cleaning. If I could also then dump lava on this, that would be self-cleaning. We need a DF mod to let Twitch chat vote for mayors? No. I have a personal rule, which is I don't use mods that give Twitch chat effect over my game. Because it almost instantly removes almost all of the enjoyment from the game for me. Like, and I'm not alone in this opinion. I know a lot of streamers that use a lot of Twitch chat heavy games, but they use it because it's good for interaction. I don't know any streamers who actually enjoy using those mods. Like, it quite literally removes all of the fun for me personally. So I hope that no one ever makes a mod for that. Someone will, but I won't use it. Maybe as like a charity reward or a event, but outside of that, no. No, that's not gonna happen. Zombies. But you can actually get, I have seen, if this was like maybe 1 or 2 tiles wide, then you would see goblins getting killed by the impact. Yeah, you can kill things with impact. Oh yeah, well that's a different, that's not what I mean. I mean like games that aren't designed to have chat interaction, having chat interaction is what I don't enjoy. Like Dwarf Fortress isn't designed to have chat interaction. If it's a game designed from the ground up that's for chat interaction, that's a different thing. But the issue is I find a lot of 4 out of 4 subs not found. Sorry, that's just funny. I have 404 subscribers now. Like I said, by the end of today we'll be below 400 because September's over. Anyway, what was I saying? I had a thing that I was saying and then I lost it. Right, yeah, games that are designed from the ground up for that, I'm down for, but it's more the putting in Twitch integration where it shouldn't be that I don't like. And I'm not a fan of that. I know plenty of people like it, but it's not for me. It's not for me. Also, this is like damn near full already. Fuck, that's fast. I mean, still got a ways to go, but fuck, that's fast. But yeah, no, one of my first water traps ever actually sent around, I killed a goblin with water impact. Just straight up water impact, because it was only one tile wide, and just the flow of water coming in, like literally the combat log looked like the bones were crushed and broken from the goblin just going into the wall. It was great. It was perfect. No, absolutely. I mean, there's definitely streamers that will take advantage of that, but I won't be one of them. I won't be one of them, so all I'm saying is don't get your hopes up, ye. I don't want chat to have any direct control over my game ever. Because my like if I'm playing a story-based game, right? And 3 dialogue options and I say, "Hey chat, which one do you want?" That's different, right? Cuz I still have the agency over it. But if there is a mod installed in my game that gives chat control over my game without me having control, I don't care anymore and don't want to play the game anymore. It's every single game that I've ever tried that has an option for that, it's ruined the game for me in a couple of sessions. And I haven't wanted to play it anymore. You would never think of a game that's this full of features? Unfortunately, a lot of people don't have enough imagination to make the features worthwhile for Dwarf Fortress. At least that's what I've been learning. I'm waiting for a dwarf to come booking out of this door and get crushed by that drawbridge. It's gonna happen. Yeah, it's gonna happen. Then let's also pull the drain. I wonder if they're trying to climb into this. They probably are. Goblins, you have access to my fort now. The pink stuff is the stench of rotting flesh. It's miasma. So if you examine it, it's miasma. It's the stench of rotting flesh. Quick? I'm not familiar with the term. I mean, I am familiar with the word quick, but you don't want to get your nose stuck in it, I'll put it that way. It smells bad. It smells very, 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 very bad. Oh, I know what else I need to do. Duh. Do they? I don't know. That seems right, but I'm not a decomposition body scientist, so. Goblins seem to be heading towards. Bloody troll out in the lead. We may need to manually stab this one to death. This one's going, where did all my friends go? Day is about 30 seconds in Dwarf Fortress. So time isn't massively sped up. Our perception of time is different from the dwarves' perception of time. So a day in Dwarf Fortress is about 30 seconds. So it's been about a week and a half since that fight. It takes a little bit. It actually takes about 400 years for bones to completely decompose in Dwarf Fortress, which is actually something that I've been kind of curious about for Long Death, because I want to know if they're going to start reusing coffins. And I want to know what happens when bones start disappearing from coffins. I mean, sure, I'm totally fine with naming stuff, but I want to manually name them, right? Like, if I took like a file folder and generated a world with a bunch of people's names already in it, that would be totally fine. But then I would want to be able to have control over whose names are there. Because, like, what if there's someone who came into my chat once, was an absolute asshat, said something really shitty, and then their name is in my game for the rest of the time that I'm playing that game? No, fuck that noise. I don't like losing control over it. If you're automating that kind of control, I do not want it. And that's what most people do with those kinds of features. So I would rather never use any of those features. And I don't consider it a selling point. I don't consider it a bonus. I don't enjoy it. I don't like it. I do not want it. It's literally that simple. It's like there is no ifs, buts, halfways, or any of that. It's like I can manually name dwarves after viewers, and that's something I can do. But I don't want to use a thing that automates that system. Other people absolutely will. But for me, it systematically removes enjoyment from the game for me. You couldn't imagine goblins or dwarves? No, absolutely. Like sentient creatures? Yeah, fuck that. Keep an eye on this troll. They're just wading through their dead friends. Or what remains of them, anyway. Alright, let's see how much is in this tunnel. The rest of them are all up here. Do me a huge favor and don't just start making war crime jokes. It's my least favorite part of the RimWorld community. A war crime is like slavery. This is self-defense. We're being invaded. Basically a Riptorus. Yeah, no, I don't enjoy that. I understand why from a viewer's perspective it's perplexing. Why someone would hate something that you guys find fun and amusing. But, fuck, I hate it. It's literally that simple. I just absolutely despise it. Alright, let's just seal her off. There are trolls in the fort, dear Liza. There's a troll in the fort, I say. That dwarf is dodging it. There's two, actually. All right, hold on. I can't forbid it. Dwarves, you want to get up here? Got a problem. There you are. It's one dead. Let's get the other one. And add this area to the burrow so that we can both deal with the corpses and doctor the dwarves. Third and fourth one. Can someone... Alright, fine, fuck it. I'm gonna end up killing my whole squad, aren't I? Fucking trolls running ahead of everything else. I can't see them in the miasma is the actual problem here. Is anybody coming to pull that lever? Yep, dwarves are coming to pull the levers. Oh, nope, there's one more. We're gonna end up losing at least 2 dwarves. More than that. Whew! Did I lose any? I didn't lose any dwarves. The drawbridge closed and we didn't lose any dwarves. Yet. Kavish Babette has been found dead. No! Not Kavish. Kavish was stabbed to death. You were a good dwarf. Rest in peace, dwarf. Did I get both sides closed? Okay, yeah, I can just ignore them for a bit then. 'Tis indeed a lot of miasma. Looks like this defensive system is going to require some refining. We lost a named dwarf. Quite a few, actually. N, not B. Come on, game. Work with me here. Chat, can I get Fs for those dwarves that were trying to pull a lever and got attacked by some very, very, very unfortunate goblins? Friends. Let's check out the chief medical dwarf, who is diagnosing. Cool. Are any other dwarves getting rescued? Or is it just the one? Yeah, okay. Looks like stuff's getting done. Cool. The dwarves that are injured have been taken to the... What's going on here? Oh, there's still a living troll in here. That's the problem. Kill it! All right. You know what? Let's just set an army up here. Looks like we're good. Time to pull the big whoosh. I think I know what I'm going to do with this. I'm going to make a zigzag at the end. It'll make it drain much slower, but... Actually, if I do it with fortifications, it'll be much faster. Whoosh! Next round. Look at them getting slammed against the wall. It didn't drain. It didn't come out quite as quick because it wasn't as full, but I just wanted to deal with this. All right, so the next thing that we need to do is I need to make this part of the burrow. And I need to go into here. And go to corpses. Dump. And body parts, dump. And then keep the game paused for a second. Remove dump from that dwarf that is our friend, because you need a coffin. But the rest of those need to all be put away. I'm a little bit shocked that the siege hasn't ended yet, but a lot of the goblins that are drowning haven't drowned yet. But they're about to. It's like almost completely full. Look at that. Look at them all drowning or about to drown. There they go. Now they're drowning. Bye, goblins. Gurgle. And gurgle. All right, there's still like 95 of them here. The siege is still happening. Yeah, we're gonna need to put some expansions onto this. Unless they're leaving. I don't think they're leaving yet. Great. Well, we're gonna need to put some very much needed expansions into this. I'm actually just going to release the dwarves for a little bit because there's some stuff that we need to go harvest, like that food and such. Well, I mean, they also won't starve when they're on the map. So they have more superpowers than just that, trust me. They have quite a few incredible superpowers, actually. But it also, you have to keep in mind that it takes days to fill. I don't know, like, you kind of have to, like, suspend your disbelief with certain things in DF. Like, for me, time slows down for certain things and speeds up for other things in my brain. Like, if you take everything in DF 100% as, like, real-time fact, it gets a little hard in places, I'll be honest. It's like, DF is a very realistic game. It's also an exceptionally unrealistic game. Depending on the subject matter, so... Deconstructing that, otherwise the troll bits are just going to stay on it forever. There we go. Getting rid of all of the troll bits. That's a pretty, doesn't feel anything after seeing a troll's dead body. Feels blissful after a bath. Me too. Me too. Streamer, bans person in chat. Doesn't feel anything after seeing troll's dead body. Takes shower. Feels great. It's just like me. Although, considering this thing still needs upgrades, I'm actually quite happy with how efficient it is. I'm quite happy with how efficient this thing is. about though. It's game logic. Do you like to break things down when you really look at the same things? Burning, like people burning buildings in RTS games that burn for hundreds of years and still work. Oh yeah, no, totally. It's very easy to completely break your immersion if you think about game logic too hard. Like the fact that this siege is still happening because I haven't managed to get more than half of them into here. I might just wait for them to leave. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put fortification zigzags in this. I'm going to do a couple. Once we get all these bodies cleared out, obviously. But I'm going to do fortification zigzags in here. So that they have to walk all the way to the left and then all the way to the right and then all the way to the left again, which will make them take a lot longer to get through, especially this last bit, because this last bit's kind of a problem. It won't slow down the drainage at all. And it won't slow down the flow of water at all, but it will slow down the goblins. So we're going to do that. That's going to be our addition to this madness. Also, I hope you guys are enjoying this fort. It's very much a change of pace. Speaking of a change of pace, hello, Animal, how are you? Hope things are good for you. Just had a short nap. Isn't it like 2 o'clock in the morning your time? Like, it's pretty late for you, isn't it? $11 p.m. It's kind of late to take a nap, don't you think? Like, sheesh. You went to bed at 4 p.m.? That's like the last time I did a night stream when I was just like, I wake up at like 11:30 at night. I was like, I have made a mistake. I am wide awake and it is 11 o'clock. You played some VR chat and might need to see a therapist? You should go see a therapist then. Therapy's good for everybody. Yeah, you maybe go see a therapist in VR chat. I don't know how good the therapy will be, but... Yeah, I was going to say, is this related or unrelated to VR chat? Humans are, you know, we are creatures of our own demise. Speaking of, have they buried that body yet? Yes. I think. Yes, they have. All right. You pull that lever. VR chat taught us that the internet was a mistake, in my opinion. That's what I learned from VR chat, is that the internet was a mistake. How's Spooptober fort going? We've killed lots of goblins and started building a tower that go all the way up to here. That's our tower currently. Let's go and keep going. Although it's going to be a big long bridge to another tower, which is going to be the actual entrance to the fort soonish. Not currently, admittedly, but soonish. Man, might actually need to do another drowning sesh. Read the last word story. All right. Let me scroll up. Round addiction isn't curved like bananas, only pointy. What? Calm rhinoceroses bask in power. Bird alert. Oh noes. Send news. Bird eggs hatch. Unfortunately, exaggerated claims can be absolutely justified by a lot of arbitrary alcohol justifications. Flimsy reasons. Can I shoot goblins with that tower? If I had a trained ranged squad, sure. Do I have a trained ranged squad? Nah. Do I feel like training one? Not really. They have better bows than we do, so. And I don't really have a lot of crossbows, and I don't feel like making a bunch. So I would rather build up a bunch of good melee squads and invade people than build up ranged squads and use that as a form of defense, because I don't find them to be particularly efficient or effective. They're more of a pain in the ass than they're worth, in my opinion. There we go. Meaning the dwarves should all come and dump those corpses out here. Just get them out so we can quickly build some upgrades into this. This is gonna give some dwarves some PTSD. It's fine though. You don't seem to mind. The game made like PTSD kind of a non-issue, so like I'm used to like 2 versions ago. Is my military still drafted? Yes, but they aren't gonna run out of the fort because the top door is shut. Why do you ask? They also aren't going to try and fight because they can't path to them. So currently the military is, I guess, probably running into that tunnel, yeah, to go grab gear. Drowning the enemy with water is the purpose of them. But right now we're just trying to get as many of these corpses out of here as possible so that I can build some slowifications 9000. And once the slowificators are constructed, then we can go again. That's floor. I want fortification. I also could theoretically shoot ballistas through this, but water works. Went to constructor workshop and brought his pet alpaca and suspended the construction. Hey, you know, alpaca is right away. Alpaca's Dwarf's best friend. Don't say mean thing about alpaca, okay? That's kind of amazing, though. I like it. Wait, what? Anybody see what's happening here? Just I just want to point out that there's like a dozen dwarves in my pump stack. Uh-oh. Time to turn off the pump stack. How did you guys all get stuck in the pump stack? What? Actually, I have a theory. But there's like a dozen dwarves in my pump stack right now. Guys, how? All right, now they're drowning in my pump stack. Which means I should actually turn the pump stack back on so that they stop drowning in the top pump stack. I know exactly. They flowed in there. That's how they got in there. Yep. Now there's a bunch of corpses in my pump stack. 1, 2, 3 died on one side, and the rest are gonna die on the other side in 5, 4, 3, 2. No. Nope. Oh wait, the game's paused. No. Yeah. All right. Well, shit. I know exactly why that happened. They got flooded in. Why didn't I think of that? Whoops. I thought that there wasn't enough water that they get flushed in, but suppose I was wrong. There's also dwarves on the upper layer. There's actually a lot of dwarves in the pump stack. All right, well, shit. So that's how many dead? Not actually that many. Not actually that many. Moist drowning? I mean, okay. Because what's happening is they're in here, and then they're just getting flushed into the pump stacks, and then they can't get out. Basically, I need to give them an emergency exit for this. The water got a funny taste. The pumps are cleaning it. Also, my Baroness just got crushed, I think. Did you? No, she didn't. I thought she did. Is this still connected to the ground? Yes, it is. We please just get these opened up so we can get these bodies out of here. Because like I'm just ignoring the siege now. We're not gonna worry about fighting with this siege. I need to get this stuff, this problem sorted. I just feel bad more than anything because I just like completely drowned a bunch of dwarves. All right, so rule of thumb now is we're not allowed to go into here until this area is like locked. Watch me just like flood the whole fort though. Yeah, I need to turn off these pumps or this is just going to be too dangerous. There we go, they're off. A lot of water is going to come pouring in, which means we're going to have a mess to clean up. Actually, that's fine. This is totally fine. It's just going to flow down this stairwell and into my water wheels. This is actually totally okay. All right. All right, well, I mean, big oopsie, not super big oopsie, just more of an oopsie. No, they don't, because I'm not using grates. I think what I need to do is I need to put metal bars in front of them. Grates wouldn't work because it's going diagonally, so it's not going to make any sense just looking at this. But this is a fortification right here. So I've got fortifications, so they're flowing through the fortifications. I didn't expect them to get pushed through the fortifications so easily, but they did. That's the problem. I don't know how to explain it. If you haven't figured it out by this point, there's not much more I can do. My recommendation would just be to play more Dwarf Fortress, because Dwarf Fortress is great. This isn't spreading much, is it? No, now it's just a lovely waterfall. Well... Yay. I mean, we have an artificial waterfall. Dwarf has withdrawn from society. Good luck, Dwarf. We'll make something cool. You're a wood burner. Yeah, dwarves can be pushed through fortifications. I didn't think they would in such shallow water, though. But apparently they did. So now we just have to wait for it to drain, and then I can seal it off. I don't understand why this takes deciphering, because it just looks like Dwarf Fortress to me, so. But I'm also the one playing, so. Like, if this doesn't make sense to you, I can't, then you're a lost cause and I can't help you, basically. This is a dwarf making an artifact, carrying a boulder. Will a full flooded room displace miasma? There will be no miasma coming off of a fully flooded thing, yeah. So this dwarf just started a construction at a... big fancy workshop, which is kind of awesome. Mason shop. Which are no longer called Mason shops, actually, in the live game, in the new version of the game. Steam version's gonna have no Mason shops, which is weird to me. Just looks like ASCII noise to you? Pay more attention. Because, like, this does not look like ASCII, right? These zeros are tree trunks. These are walls. These are smooth floors. These are tables and chairs. These are bars. These are stairs. Like, not if this looks like ASCII gook to you, I can't help you, because this is definitely doesn't look anything like ASCII. These look like symbols and images. It's like there's dwarves running around. These are workshops. There's a stockpile in the center. Wood over to the right. Stairs in the kind of middle with that little design. This is all smooth floors with a bunch of workshops in it and walls. These are all stone blocks that are being built into things. This is a library. There's a bedroom in the top section. There's a throne room in the middle, and in the bottom there's a dining hall. And a bunch of corpses are getting carried out. I mean, like, I can't help you, so. Like, I don't really have too much to say, unfortunately. Just go to Google Wisdom and type in Space Fox Dwarf Fortress. Space Fox Dwarf Fortress. I don't like those tile sets because they do cause more lag. Mezbuth, the wood burner, has created Stuknukobkab, a diorite floodgate, and offers it to the Rains of Terror. Maybe you're offering it so that, like, less of us drown. I'll just say, like, if you can't decipher what this incredibly clear tile set is, then I don't understand how you read, because it's super clear. Like, literally, I'm legally blind and I can decipher this without any issue. Graphical tile sets can cause lag, yes. I find that tile set to be infinitely harder to follow, Wisdom. Because, like, I can't tell the difference between a small cat moving at 1,000,000,000 miles an hour and a small dog moving at 1,000,000,000 miles an hour. I can tell the difference between a C and a D. D is a dog, C is a cat. Or a chicken, depending on the color. This is a diorite floodgate. All Craftsdwarf ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular diorite cabochons and encircled with bands of rectangular diorite cabochons. This object is adorned with hanging rings of brass and menaces with spikes of diorite. But yes, graphical tile sets can cause lag. It's minimal, but I notice it. So, I mean, like every single, what is the floodgate hotkey? Yes, it's X. I have played with graphical tile sets before, and they annoy me because I feel the lag immediately. Everything takes longer to load. Everything is slower. Everything feels more sluggish and acts more sluggish, and it's like, ugh, I hate it. That being said, I do understand why people like those tile sets. They're not for me. Also, we can go up to the surface now because the siege has left. I mean, everything is left. There's still one invader left. Where are you? When did I start to play DF? I first installed DF in 2009, but I didn't properly start playing it until about 2017. I started playing it off stream in 2017. But I've installed the game and played it and then uninstalled it on repeat for years and years and years. It took me from 2009 until 2017 to sit down and learn DF. So I understand why it takes people a while. Like, I was fascinated and interested in the game for a very long time before I started playing it properly. Well, RAM, like, how much RAM is DF using right now? Dwarf Fortress right now is using 650 megabytes of RAM. It's all CPU, and like Dwarf Fortress, like all of the statements that Dwarf Fortress is impossible to run is more of a myth than anything, and kind of incorrect on a good day. Dwarf Fortress is a game that will run on literally anything. Like I know people who play Dwarf Fortress on a netbook. I know somebody who plays Dwarf Fortress on a Surface tablet. You can play Dwarf Fortress on literally anything. I mean, that's not totally the accurate statement thing. The correct thing to say is that Dwarf Fortress will run on literally anything, but it won't run well on anything. So it'll eventually slow down on any computer you'll play it on. But it doesn't run badly on anything. It also doesn't run amazingly well on anything. And a goblin diplomat has arrived. These are the humans diplomat. As our tower grows. Can you ask a question that makes sense? Doesn't? Doran says, I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. Merit deserves reward. I come to establish this colony as official land of our realm. Do you have any dwarves to recommend for elevation? I already have a baron and a baroness in my fort. What? Huh? What? I play adventure mode. I just don't find streaming it to be particularly enjoyable. Because, like, I have a hard enough time explaining Fortress mode, which most people can wrap their brains around because it's similar to games like RimWorld in gameplay. Whereas Adventure mode, it's like, well, this is really cool because this person is the king of this. It's like, I will probably stream Adventure mode more once the Steam version comes out. I have streamed Adventure mode. I just don't stream it that often. By that, I mean, like, maybe twice a year. I like that people, like, ask that question. I find that amusing. When you could just go look at my YouTube channel and find like the 12 VODs that are up there. Wisdom asking the questions we're all afraid to ask. So I'm perplexed by this, because I already have a Baron. This is usually you're elevating a Baron, but I already have one. I would like a gremlin, please. Please send your finest gremlin. Just ask Krug Smash sometime about how much of a pain in the ass it is to edit. Adventure mode. I like adventure mode. Adventure mode's great. It's super cool going on big quests and stuff, but like actually like communicating why it's cool is very difficult. So I just don't bother when it comes to adventure mode really. But I'll play more of it when the Steam version drops, especially if they can make moving in adventure mode less of a chore, because like people say that fortress mode is clunky. I don't think fortress mode is clunky. Adventure mode is clunky, because like when you take a step and then the 3 people in your party all pet your horse and say stuff to each other, and like dialogue covers the screen, and then you press a button and then you move one tile and then they do that again, like it's just yeah. It's just, I like it, but it's not something I enjoy streaming. It's just a pain in the dick to stream and be entertaining. I find streaming Legends mode easier, to give you an idea. So I'm going to say flattering, but we will maintain separation for now, because I'm concerned about what that means. And Dwarf says, "Greetings, noble dwarf. There is much to discuss. I am a goblin, so I have strange voice. Such a pleasant place you've carved out for yourselves. I like the pile of bodies in the basement. It has been an honor. Noble Aloth, I bid thee farewell." All right. Also, one comment, because I kind of brushed this off earlier. The reason I don't really like it when I see people joking about war crimes is like, war crimes is like raping and pillaging. War crimes is like enslaving an entire like religion. War crimes is like committing genocide. Defending your fort against invaders is not a war crime. That's just war. So, I don't know. I'm not a fan of the... It's my least favorite part about RimWorld is normalizing humor about war crimes, because, like, shit's not funny. It's never been funny, and it never will be funny. If people actually think that shit's funny, you guys are kind of gross. And people always asking, is this a war crime? It's like, no, because that's not the definition of war crime, but also, why would you even joke about that? Because that's gross. So... All right, so what we need to do is we need vertical bars in front of these. But I need the water to drain out of this enough so that I can actually do that. But we're getting there. The water's almost done draining out of this. All right, so we need to trade something to the dwarves. Something. So let's find something that we can trade. That's a lot of wheelbarrows. Yeah, I'm not talking about the Geneva Convention. I'm simply stating I don't like it when people ask if something is a war crime. Because I don't think it's funny. And I think that's a fair thing to say. Because somebody asked if this counts as a war crime when I was drowning goblins in self-defense. It's clearly self-defense. It's not a war crime, it's just war. But we're at a point right now where, and you can thank the RimWorld community for this, but the slightest piece of violence happens and people go, ha 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 ha, war crime. It's like, number one, that's not funny. Number two, no, it's not a war crime. Number three, stop making fun of war crimes because it's not funny. I can't be the only person who feels that way. But I feel like I am sometimes, and I think that that's kind of distressing. Alright, this is gonna do a great deal to slow down their passing through. Alright, well this is draining pretty quick now, so that's nice. Let's get all this stuff cleared out. I can also turn the pumps back on, I think, in a moment. Let's go down here, pull that lever. I agree with that. But that's not what I'm talking about, and that's not the point of what I'm saying, Dominoc. The point of what I'm saying is I'm fucking tired of seeing people making fun of the concept of war crimes, which is what people do now. I see it happen almost every day in my chat. I'm not talking about what is or what is not considered a crime. What I'm talking about is I'm fucking tired of seeing people making fun of this statement of a war crime. Like, the term war crime is a joke now because of the way Twitch chat operates with it, and I don't want to see it. I'm not talking about what is or what is not a war crime. Do you ever, like, just see somebody and get, like, so completely upset by their audacity to just post a shitty emote that you just ban them by default? Because that's what I just did, right? So that's what I'm fucking tired of seeing. So I don't want to encourage that, and I don't want to see that, and I don't want that anywhere around my chat. Okay? That's what I'm talking about. Because I don't want to see people making that joke in my chat anymore. Alright, let's use those lead bars for something of value. Get wrecked. You know, it's very rare that I see somebody brand new in the channel and just go, yeah, you're not going to get along here very well. Get it. So I'm putting up bars in front of these pumps to hopefully remove any potential accidents in the future. Give us some extended safety on this. We are putting in hallways to make the traversing this slower. And that should do it. That should do her. And you know, it's kind of funny. We were talking about like memes as poetry earlier. It's that kind of shit that makes me hate memes. Like, if I'm being completely honest, it's that kind of shit that makes me just like despise memes and meme culture is when like you take something that's not funny in the slightest and make a joke out of it. It's like, well, no, that's not acceptable. You shouldn't be allowed to do that. There's never a time where that is funny, and it never will be funny. But people like to be edgy. Need to remove that and replace that with a wall piece. You know, it's funny, earlier we were talking about like It's sometimes kind of hard to tell when I'm mad. That person with that emote, that made me mad. I was mad for about half a second. But yeah, that upset me. That's how you can tell I'm upset. Is when person just gets instantly banned. You know, CCX, I see what you're trying to do, but you're not really helping the discussion. That's all I have to say. You're not really helping. Trying to make a point, and I kind of feel like you're just taking away from the point. And I feel like I've made my point, and I would like to change the subject now. Although, there's only one game that I could think of that would be crazy enough to attempt something like that, and that would be Ultima Ratio Regum. If that game ever gets finished, which it won't. Which is crazier than DF in a lot of ways. Welcome back, Stone. You missed me getting mad for about half a second of banning somebody. It was an exciting 5 minutes. Nope, I didn't notice that you left. But welcome back. All right. Well, this will hopefully remove more potential oopsies. Someone acted like a brat. Yes. If you can play it for more than 5 minutes without it crashing, CCX. Current version's very crashy. But it is a fascinating little thing to wander around in and get distracted by. It's a fascinating little thing. And I will always mess around in new versions of URR, because it is a neat thing when it works. These dwarves are all going to be completely desensitized pretty soon, I think. But yeah, I don't think DF would be crazy enough to try and generate morals. But, you know, there's still time left. The game's still in development. You know, I think wave depletion just won. I'm just gonna put that out there. Wave depletion just won. Oh, my favorite part about this is that, like, what is that OX there? Is that like some sort of logo watermark for this trumpet? This is also pretty good. You know, you gotta eat your lettuce. Let us take a break for a second. That's just terrifying. I really like the stock photo watermark. That's great. Excellent addition. I like how I'm just like rambling about like making fun of war crimes, and you guys are just like, by the way, here, have a trumpet. Oh, Jesus. Oh, that's funny. Let's see if I remember to actually trade. No, I didn't. I should also unforbid these. My manager is now going to go drink. Now you need to animate it with sound? I mean, that would require effort. But I would put it on Twitter if you did. I mean, that is definitely an image that I can hear. Like, just looking at this, I can hear this. Just looking at it, I can hear it. And I will also buy the books that you brought. Oh, I don't actually have enough money to buy them all. Ooh. Never mind, no book. It's fine. We got plenty of book already. We can get more book for free by stealing them. A lot of low effort memes can be funny at the time. Just need music from the video that you linked? I mean, well, you know what to do, Chad. Speaking of you know what to do, how full is this? Oh, hey, it's full. I can just shut down the pump stack now. That's lovely. Because the upper level is just full. Perfect. So now we can fix everything and seal it all off because everything's just full. Still very confused as to how those dwarves actually got in there. I mean, sometimes you just have to name a character after a celebrity. The real question is he a prat? Or are they a prat, I suppose? Trap drain, pull the lever. There we go. That'll give us plenty of stuff to melt. She did call Vauclair a freak, so yes. Okay, well there you go. I love how you talk about your drawings, Stone, because like you talk about them like you just had a conversation with them and like you've known them for a while. It's like, well, they did call this person a freak. It's like, who? Which is another one of somebody else that you've drawn probably, but. Friend of mine's DMing me, so that's why I'm randomly typing. All right. Well, I think that so first off, shoutouts to this dwarf, Id Dellershon, who feels enjoyment while playing make-believe. Is playing make-believe on a pile with another dwarf. What is it with children in Dwarf Fortress? Like, they find the most distressing place in the fort, and then they just sit there and play make-believe. It's like, oh, there's just blood everywhere, mud, dirt, piles of armor and stuff from the fallen goblins. Let's just, like, play down here. Like, what is it with children in Dwarf Fortress? Why do they do that? Does anybody know? Like, there has to be a reason for it. Like, they just want to find the most distressing place that you could possibly just, like, have fantasy time. And they're just like, yeah, let's play. It's colorful here, I guess so. And Nish Avisum, the Swordmaster has bestowed a name upon his shield. We got cleaning to do, so jump to one of the children because they're in the area that's being cleaned. Let's do another 1,000 blocks. Teenagers are like that. True, yeah, maybe they're just being edgy. they're just being edgy. Nothing out of the ordinary. Friend of mine wants me to buy them a ticket to Ginger because some of you might know the band Ginger. They're doing it. They were supposed to do a show here on the 23rd, and they've decided rather than booking a second date at the same venue just because of demand, they are going to instead just switch to a bigger venue. So they are doing a show at a bigger venue. Which is cool because it means more seating and more space. Also, it's a venue that's designed to be a sit-down venue, which all venues have to be right now due to current guidelines. But the issue is it's an all-ages venue, which kind of sucks. Yeah, true. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, they're just like they're just smoking dad's pipe and just hanging around. Hanging around the piles of corpses. I could imagine that, yeah. It's like, who's that? Oh, he was Urist. What happened to Urist? His name was Urist. Oh, of course. But yeah, it's bigger. It should be nice. Should be nice. But it also means that a friend of mine gets a chance to go because they missed the initial buy-in because like that show sold out instantly. Like it sold out like within the same day it went on sale. So like the tickets went on sale. I think it was like 10 in the morning and it was sold out by 2 or something. But because I've already bought tickets, I get into pre-sale for the new show. So I'm basically guaranteed to be able to get a ticket. So if I can buy a second one, if they let me buy a second one, I will buy a second one. So my friend can go. I drown the invaders 3 times then in order to make them retreat. If you kill 2/3 of an enemy's siege for goblins, they will retreat. If you kill, I think it's half a siege for humans, they retreat, unless the humans are sieging, in which case then you need to kill all of them. And then there's something, goblins are, or elves are different. I'm not sure what the percentage is for elves, but basically it depends on the group that's raiding you. Okay. Well, this area is filling up slowly, which is good. So I should be able to just flood this thing up pretty fast. And this is like, yeah, this is all the way full. So that's good. You know, when I was an edgy teenager, I used to go hang around like graveyards and stuff, but I don't believe, even as an edgy teenager, I don't think I ever had the desire to go hang around corpses. But, you know, I'm not going to yuck somebody's yum, I guess. I certainly watched a lot of movies with a lot of corpses in them. Like Saw. Maybe that's like the dwarven equivalent of like watching Saw, you know? Or like Friday the 13th. Like, teenagers love watching edgy, you know, horror films like that. But I don't know. So there is a giant cave toad down here. Just like underneath. There's also trees growing down here, which is kind of amazing. I might actually need to drain this thing and clean it out at some point. You know, I'd be, now that you mention it, I'd be willing to bet that in like in medieval times, they probably like dared each other to run past the lepers. Like that's probably a thing that happened, right? That's probably historically accurate. That probably happened. Kids probably dared each other to run past the pile of dead bodies. Shouts to this dwarf cleaning the blood off the ground next to the well. All right, I think it's time for us to do some work on this. I need masons. Whoopsies. No, not the metal objects, just the rock blocks. Because I need this to get done. All right, so now, this is what? Is this a full tick? Basically. Okay, so this is where I need to construct the entry tower. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think this might get either... Actually, siege engines would be fun to put in this. That could be fun. What did I make that first piece out of? Granite. I mean, it certainly does normalize it over time. Like, dwarves become used to seeing dead bodies if they see dead bodies too much. And that mechanic actually got a buff in the most recent update. So, yeah, no, they certainly do get used to seeing dead bodies after a while. Which is kind of dark, but so is Dwarf Fortress sometimes. Like the fact that a whole bunch of dwarves just drowned in my pump stack. which I'm still kind of embarrassed about, but that happened. Considering I've made so many pump stacks now with like no mistakes, like I'm a little bit shocked that I managed to let that happen, but. But, you know, doesn't matter how good you are at the game, you still make mistakes, I guess. Hey, you guys want to see a dead body? I got 15. God, man, that's my mom. That's disgusting. Gnarly, dude. Yeah, I can see it. Guess the movie can't do it. I see dead people. That's the closest I got. I need a spooky movie to watch over Halloween. I wonder what movie I should watch. I should watch something. They suspended the construction of Up Downstairs. Did we just get dive bombed by a raven or something? Oh no, a giant cave toad's fighting. Did it? Oh, fuck. That's all I have to say is fuck. Oh, also, shh. I just realized a problem. This isn't full of water, is it? Crap. I mean, kind of is. Not that much. Just like the bottom level. That's fine. You started watching X-Files? How is that? I've never actually seen the X-Files. I kind of missed the X-Files. Okay, somebody come pull that lever. Somebody come pull the lever and help the damn dwarf. Fortunately, this isn't that deep. It's only 3 of 7, so the dwarves can actually swim in here. Who's coming to pull the lever? Ah, Ral Gates, the captain of the guard, is coming to pull the lever. Pull the lever, Ral! Right, lever! Alright, there you go. Boop. Alright, so now the water has stopped flowing in. So hopefully that dwarf can get released, maybe? They probably can't reach it. Yeah, no reachable valid target. But we can make that a reachable valid target. I also need to let the dwarf out. Hey, Critty. I would hesitate. I think I don't know about memes, but I think I've seen more X-Files references in media than I have of actual X-Files stuff. I mean, I've definitely seen like an episode or two like on TV before, but all right, they'll get him eventually. All right, let's just let dwarves do that. Fly up here. Well, actually, let's stop here for a second. Crush this. Doesn't that show have a really bad ending? I feel like X-Files is one of those shows where like I constantly hear people going, "Man, that ending sucked." I haven't seen it though, so we're just wondering out loud. All right, so this is just going to be a little platform. Let's do orthoclase. Actually, you know what? I never do roads. Paved roads. We gotta wait. Here you come to construct a building. So we're trying to get our actual entrance built. So we've been sieged, what, once today? We've successfully fought off the siege. We've had several losses. And we built this. Which I think is... I think this is... This is, I think, a really, really good start to the fort. I think once this entrance is done, then I will actually start to consider this fortress, like, getting going. This thing needs a lava moat, I think. What do you think, chat? That needs a lava moat. That really needs a lava moat. Their sound is in the distance and their sound is growing stronger. You could say that again. Actually, I'm going to cancel a line of stuff. Let's do microcline and cinnabar. Nice combination of things. The gremlin from Air, Diamond. Also, investments are open. But Curdy, how have you been? I feel like I haven't seen you around as much recently. I hope you've been well. Gremlin from Air. Yeah, there you go. What, did I predict it? Is that why you're all upset at me? Oh, you try to make it spooky? Oh, I mean, Gremlins are kind of spooky. Like, isn't Gremlins a Halloween movie? I always think of Gremlins as a Halloween movie. So this is going to be the fort's drawbridge, the proper drawbridge. You know what? We're fucking rich. I'm not even going to make that out of fool's gold. I'm going to make that out of real gold. That's it. That's going to be the actual fortress drawbridge. So no more of this dirty little tunnel. Also, you know we're going to build patterns on this ground and pave all of this. You know that's going to happen. And this is where we're going to do our trading pretty soon. Up here. Instead of down below. Do it up here. Do it up top, where it's fitting. Hobo! You need to look at what Diamond just did if you're still lurking. You'll be proud. You'll be proud. Ugh. To more acts. I mean, it was completely unintentional. I'll be honest. It was completely unintentional. Oh, jeez. And Kavish the Mason withdraws from society. Who's also thirsty and hungry. Diamond posted a thing in memes. Claims a Mason's workshop. Grabs a boulder. Shock. Surprise Pikachu. The dude's still better. The dude is better, but like, I mean, I saw the dude a while ago. Really? I rewatch Saw every couple of years because I still forget some of the twists. By Saw, I mean the first one specifically. Because, like, I don't know if this is a popular opinion or not, but I genuinely believe that the first Saw is a masterclass in suspense filmmaking. I love that movie. All right. Mysterious Construction. I also rewatch The Nightmare on Elm Street every couple of years, just the first one. Same with the first Halloween. I really, really, really like the first Halloween. Also, like, you can't really beat the soundtrack for the first Halloween. That's just a phenomenal soundtrack. All right, I need a drawbridge lever, which I'm going to put in the tavern. Maybe not actually in the tavern. Let's put it a little higher up. Let's put the drawbridge lever in the mayor's office. I don't find slashers. I find slashers to be hilarious. So, like, and I don't really consider jump scares scary. I don't like jump scares. I don't think any horror film I've ever enjoyed has really contained jump scares. And the first Saw, as far as horror goes, is not gory. Like, yeah, there's some gore and there's some pain, but it's by Saw 3, it was like violence porn, and it took a while to get that far. The first movie is very much like the third movie, they're like sticking their hands into like, or like jumping into like barrels of used syringes and shit. But like that first movie, it's just like, it's basically an escape room. It's just like 4 people in a room tied up, one of them's dead. What the fuck? The screen starts turning on. Like, it's, I don't know. To me, it's just a very fascinating film. I mean, there is a single jump scare in the first Saw that I can think of. But then again, I very much like violence porn. I mean, I'm a fan of Hostel. So, yeah, I'm not to be trusted. Kavish says, Kavish, the Mason, has created Esharn Riz, a nice hatch cover. Nice. And claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Clogsack Iron Circles. I know exactly where that is going. And I'm gonna name you Kavish Hatch. Now, what have you killed? You killed 4 goblins? My dude. Welcome to the military. I think the Braided Lancers is the right squad, right? Oh, God. What do you want? Toy axes. Can I just say that my pet peeve in DF is when they ask for toys? It's like, I don't care when they ask for things that can't actually be made. I just don't like it when they ask for toys, because toys are often like, it's just like, make a bunch of toys and hope that you get it. This is a nice hatch cover. All Krastorf ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of custard apple wood, and this band menaces with spikes of copper and llama wool. On the item is an image of dwarves in nice. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Dark Cosmos by the reigns of terror of the Rag of Suns in the early spring of 550. On the item is an image of the organized flames, a platinum shield, and copper. I think that is going on the front frickin' door. It's kind of funny, though. Like, the type of horror that I have a hard time dealing with is, like like hauntings. Like I have a hard time watching The Grudge. Like that is like genuinely a difficult movie for me to watch. Like that movie is horrific to me. I don't know why. I have a hard time watching The Grudge. No problem with Saw. No problem with Hostel. Any slasher flick, throw it at me. I don't care. Like it just bounces off like nothing happened. But you give me like something that's very like spooky little girl bending and contorting and appearing in places. Nope. I'm out. I can't do it. Can't do it. I'm just, fuck that shit. I will run away and piss myself like a small baby. It's the worst. I hate that stuff. It's scary as hell. I'll watch it sometimes, but God, it's scary as hell. Although I have to actually say that probably my favorite newish horror movie of the last, like, that I've seen ever is probably Cabin in the Woods. One of my favorite parts of horror is camp. Like, I really, and that's part of why I like slashers, is I like campy horror. So I see the comedy in, like, that kind of camp very quickly, and I really enjoy that kind of comedy. You know, like, oh no, we're gonna call 911 and call the police because there's a scary man running around outside. They call the police. Police officer rings the doorbell. Spike comes from across the fucking like lawn and just like bang kills the guy. It's just like that stuff's just way too funny to me. Like I find that kind of horror like comedic, so I enjoy it. It's like a dark comedy almost more than a horror film. It's just funny. Like I enjoy it. I don't know. All right, so that's our drawbridges. We just need an architect for the road, and we're good to go. Make 500 charcoal. I got more than enough wood. Look at all this. This is beautiful. This is a wonderful little entrance. One of my favorite entrances to a fort I've made in a while. We will need to like make this area nicer looking, but we'll get there. I mean, I could probably like channel most of this out and make it look a lot nicer pretty quick, but I think that we are making good progress. She needs more sunlight. Don't you think? Oh, she needs a lot more than some sunlight. Don't get me wrong, though. Grudge certainly has its place. Fucking incredible movie, but it's just scarring as hell. I think part of the reason I have a hard time with The Grudge, though, is it was one of the first scary movies that I saw when I was little. It was one of the first scary movies that I saw when I was way too young to start watching scary movies, if that means anything. It's like I saw some chunks of The Grudge and it just like kind of scarred me for life, and it's just like I'm still just messed up about that. All right, there we go. So now I can pull a lever and just make this thing shut. Fakar the Engraver is giving birth to a boy. Hell yeah! More babies. How many babies do we have in the fort right now? 24! That's a lot of children. Yeah, I could see that one also being a bad thing. I remember watching it for the first time, and I think I was the right age to watch it for the first time. But yeah, that's a rough one, especially if you're like even remotely scared of clowns too. If you're even remotely sensitive or scared of clowns, like that's a hard one to watch. Bellinair, thanks for the raid. What's up, dude? Check out our constructions for the day. We've we built this, which goes up through that tower and goes up one layer and then also goes down into the fortress, which is eventually going to be one giant connected tower. I think that's what we're going to do next. We're going to start connecting the underground tower to the above ground tower. But welcome, Raiders. How's things? How's the stream? What are we playing today? Didn't actually get the chance to check. I know that you finished Giant Buggy video game, I think you did. We're just talking about random horror films and such. Arrgh. The Forgotten Beast. Mark Stastman has come. A gigantic petrosaur with external ribs. It has large mandibles and it is ravening. Its clear scales are jagged and set far apart. Beware its firebug. Okay, And that's on a layer where it can get to us. That is scary. All right, I think it's on a layer that it can get to us. Yes, most certainly is. All right, well. Fire, you tell me. Let's just give this a second for all the dwarves to get inside. Where are you going? Buddy, you're supposed to go inside. I mean... if you want to be the guinea pig, I suppose. And it can flucking fly. Flucking? Flucking, that's a word. Well. Rip that dwarf. Poor Tekid. Demos? Oh, anything particularly interesting stand out? Well, there goes Dwarf. I was kind of hoping it would burn itself to death. Yeah, it doesn't look like he even got a hit in. Well... I don't know what to do with that one. I mean, I could just tell the dwarves to fight it, but... Problem is I also can't turn the pumps back on, because it'll just come in through the pumps. Alright, well, we have to catch it. Clearly, naturally. That is the only logical conclusion, is that we must catch it and make it into our pet. Maybe this is not the best layer to do this on. So I have locked it outside with an artifact door, so it can't actually get to us. But we can get to it. And currently this is sealed off, which means it can't come in through the underground. No. It's not exactly wise of me. It's going to take a minute to dig through this, but that's fine. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it a route out. I'm going to need to brew some more booze pretty soon, I think. It's like I do have a military, but the problem is if I let it out. So that's not what I wanted. I wanted to place a door. Problem is if I let it out. Earrings 3 and a helm 1. If I let it out and into the fort, this thing will just kill us all because it can fly. We don't really have a good ranged defense right now, but I could theoretically let it out into our defensive structure. So what I could do well, I don't know. I think it would be really fun to be able to. Oh, well, that's the dwarf that just got obliterated. I think it'd be really fun to get it into this, and then be able to release it out against the next army that attacks us. But even then, that could let it back around and in inadvertently. So I don't know if that's wise. I don't know. I don't know what to do with this thing, but we'll figure it out. But yeah, Bellinaire, if you have a second, I'd be curious to know if you stumbled on any cool demos. But I've had a peek, and like the only one that I think I might want to try would be that Terran Command Aliens game. Just because I need to know if that game's shit. And I think that that's a fair thing to say. I need to know if that game is shit. And I don't know if I should trust it or not. And I really don't think I should trust it. You haven't done it today? Gotcha. That's the only, like, need to try game on that list for me. Currently, anyway. Alright, there we go. So what we are going to do is we're going to make a raising bridge up here. Out of whatever. It's Slytherin, so you're not having high hopes. The thing is, like, you could also say, it's Slytherin, so I have, like, hopes that it'll be... Like, because Slytherin... When they make licensed games, their licensed games are often pretty good. Like, Warhammer Gladius is totally fine, for example. But it gets into your head. Yeah, literally anything that Nelly Furtado wrote. Thank you for what? What am I being thanked for? Dwarves dig. Dwarves dig more. Dwarves dig one more. And then let's also go up here and over here, just for a little bit more range. Oh. Well, welcome back for a second month.
For your content.
It wouldn't exist if people didn't watch it. That's always the cheesy line, but it wouldn't. Hey, Prismatic, what's up? Thanks for the 4 months.
It's been a few months. Crypt Bear.
Cheers, dudes. Thanks for keeping that sub alive for a 4th month, and welcome back. You run a flower shop. Kinda occult use of plants. Huh. Alright. Seems intriguing. I'm going to make a very important lever, and I'm going to call it something very important. That's going to be the catching the beastie. Exhausted man? That just sounds like me. I have enough of an exhausted man in real life. Do I need to play a game about one? I'm gonna put 2 doors in here so that it'll need to break through 2 doors. Yeah, this is the Reigns of Terrafort. And currently there is a fire-breathing Petrosaur flying around in my caverns, which I am in the process of trying to capture. And it seems to have already burnt everything down. So, it's doing a good job. And we are trying to burn it. If anybody else has a resub they're sitting on, you could hype train that. Just saying. Also, I know the sub count says 404. That is accurate. That is not like an error, I swear. All right, let's go down to Tavern and .404 is indeed found. If I go on this side, where does this go through? What here? Actually, up downstairs is what you want there. Upstairs. Downstairs that goes down. So if I can do this correctly, then I will be able to have one round of a Forgotten Beast in my underground trap. I think. Actually, no, I can't do it this way. If I do it this way, it's just gonna burn my dwarves to death. It's just gonna burn my dwarves to death. So yeah, you have to cancel this plan. Well, the question is that really a problem? Yeah, it kind of is. Because if goblins aren't able to kill it, then that's bad. Because then I suddenly can't go into my own underground area. But oh, I hate those types of games, Bellinair. Not my shtick. Because I absolutely could do this with a stray cat. All right. I'm going to do this. I just have to be very smart about how I do this. I'm going to do it this way. But like I said, I just need to be very smart about how I actually do it. But this is going to require like 3 bridges to do correctly and some very specific timing. This is going to require a lot of bridges and a lot of very specific timing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to let it in this way. It's going to come in here and knock down these doors. And then hopefully it'll go up here and kill the cat that I'm going to chain up here. To right there, right? And then we have this drawbridge here, which will be closed. And it'll be sealed. And I will put another drawbridge right here. And hopefully while it's killing the cat, we can close the further away drawbridge. Okay? Perfect. Fire on the dance flow. And then hopefully I will be able to trap it in between this and this so that when there's goblins in here, I can pull the lever and it'll go and set everything in there on fire. And then I can close the thing and drown them all and laugh at them while they burn and drown. It's a hot and cold situation. So if I could pull that off, that'd be really cool. Problem is it gonna work? If not, then I just have a Forgotten Beast trapped in here, which is kind of fine. So what do you think, chat? You think it's going to work or nah? Uh-oh. Dwarf went to prison. Oh, no. Hateful after being chained. Oh, that's not good. What'd you go to prison for? Oh, offending my mayor because we failed to make toys. I mean, if there's a mod around and they want to do a prediction, they could. Whether or not we successfully trapped the Forgotten Beast. I need a second lever, which is... also very aptly named 2. So you've got and then 2. At which point you say, Gesundheit. Meanwhile, the only reason the Forgotten Beast hasn't killed us yet is because it's made of, is because we have a epic door. All right, so you are getting linked up to the correct thing. That's good. You hope it works? I too hope it works because it would be a lot of really fun insult to injury. Although the goblins might just kill it. That's also the problem. And I might... Although, Forgotten Beasts don't drown, so I can't accidentally drown it. They can breathe underwater because they're legendary beasts. So... I can't accidentally drown it. Even if I accidentally flood it, I won't be able to accidentally drown it. So this is the 2 lever. Lever? In order to do this, though, I am going to need to sacrifice a cat, so... Sorry, cat lovers. But yeah, we are truly making it Rain's terror. What are you sad about, LaFonda? Oh, the cat? Yeah, it's fine. They're replaceable. There's more where that came from. They breed like bunnies. You know what's also replaceable? Bunnies. Sometimes I laugh at things that I say and I don't think it's funny, you know? Assign animal to chain. You know? Maybe I could tame a giant olm and put a giant olm on that chain. That seems far nicer than using kitty. Although I might not... Actually, no, I definitely can't access it right now because it's definitely in the stockpile that we can't get to. So sorry, cat. If the cat had adopted somebody, then I would have kept the cat, but the cat hasn't adopted anybody, so... It's okay. The cat's sacrifice will be noted in the annals of history. Probably. All right. Let's dive down to down to here. And go to add to. There we go. Tons of stuff getting put together. Also, I really need to just, like, wall this off. I think that best case scenario, this works and we get a flame turret in our defensive system. Worst case scenario, it fails horribly and it escapes. But there's plenty of, like, medium scenarios in the middle there, so. Also, my my mechanics are getting a lot of work today, that's for sure. Uh-oh, there's miasma there. Why is there miasma there? Deal with their miasma, you silly doors. All right, let's test this, see if this works. Perfect, it absolutely works. Let's jump down to Electric Avenue and then we'll take it higher. We're gonna rock down to Electric Avenue. And then we'll take it higher. Went too high. Because this needs to be connected to... Not that. The bridge that you haven't finished yet. Finish the bridge! Finish the bridge! Finish the bridge! Finish the bridge! Anytime this year... Oh, never mind. The game's paused. I was just like staring at the door. I was like, why is it taking you so long? You know what sucks, chat? I got bit right on my elbow bump by a mosquito last night. It actually woke me up. I heard it flying away too, but it was dark, so I had no chance of catching it. Nope, not that bridge. So I've got like this horrendously itchy mosquito bite on my elbow. Betty sucked. Isn't it females that bite? I'm pretty sure it's just the females that bite, isn't it? They like to buzz near your ears. I mean, it didn't really buzz near my ear, but I definitely heard it. Well, she would have sucked in that case. I'm pretty sure that only female mosquitoes bite. But I might be mistaken there. Yeah, the reason I'm not doing any demo streams, Bellinaire, is because, like, just looking at the list of games, it's like, man, this is great if you're into, like, games like Stardew Valley. But, like, I'm not, so a lot of these games are just like, I'll wait for a full game. I'd rather just play the game. Have a tease. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so then she sucked. Well, let's be correct. She did indeed suck. And it sucked. Alright, so that's good. That's good. Which means I can forbid that. Forbid that. forbid that and forbid that. Actually, no, I need to leave 2 unforbidden. God, I like that entrance to the fort too much. It's too fucking good. Alright, fire on the dance floor gets pulled. Which should lock that. Get in here, Dwarfy. Boop. Bonk. Excellent. Now, also that removes mud apparently. Now it's time to be ballsy and do her. All right. Wish me luck, chat. Grab your beer goggles if you're lurking. Take a peek. It was like Into the Breach, but with Slay the Spire thrown into the mix. You just lost me because you said Slay the Spire. All right, we're going to do that and that. And wait. One of my dwarves has grown to become a peasant. Question is, where is our dino friend? Far away. Dino friend. Okay, well, you know what? Let's unforbid this door. Not forbid this door and see what that does. Dino friend. You want to fly into our trap? No? No, not really? Shit. I'm imagining it's just drinking some water. No, the game is not paused. It is just sitting there. Well, maybe what I should do is go down here and pull this. Ah, there we go. Okay, so it was trying to path into the fort through the underground area. Now it's moving a bit. Best of luck, animal. See if this does it. Hopefully it doesn't lock the dwarves in there, but... Our P friend is right in the middle. Let's also wall that off. Trying to, like, make its pathing easier for it. You have a good night, animal. All right, so here's what I'm gonna do. We need a brave volunteer. the braided lancers. Well, you guys actually are going to cancel that. You guys are going to go stand here. My brave militia captain. Let's see if this is bait enough. Oh, moved for a second. Pause the game. See if they're in the tunnel. Yep, they're in the tunnel. Like, you could fly through those doors, you could just fly around. Somebody died. A lot of people have died. It's the first of spring. Nobody from my fort, but... Although a duck has been found dead and my hen has been found dead. First of spring has taken a lot this year, the year 560. Where Panda's turned back into a goblin. Let's move them a little further into the caverns. If I lose 3 dwarves, we lose 3 dwarves. That's ideally, not the best outcome here, but I need them. I need something to make this thing move into the cage. It's moving. It's going the wrong way, though. What's it going for? Something must have just spawned on the map. And a dwarf has given birth to a boy. We have movement. God, that is nerve-wracking. Forgotten Beasts are scary. I don't know, chat, if Forgotten Beasts scare the shit out of you when you see them, but, like... Let's let the dwarves go back. We're gonna follow our forgotten friend, which seems to be moving. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
You suck.
Why are you booing me, man? Boo the P, not me. What's up, Orange? How are you? Well, depending on their abilities. I mean, if they're made of snow, then you just kind of laugh at them. Come on. You know you want to find the way in. I know you do. I should have put the entrance on this side, shouldn't I? I'm just going to imagine that you were booing the P and not me, Orange. I hope you're doing well. We're watching a fire-breathing Forgotten Beast fly around. And I'm trying to trap it in my death trap so that we can have a flame turret in addition to our already amazing defensive structure. Come on. Fly to the right. You know it's there. You know it's there. You've passed towards it a couple of times. But you're like stuck and trying to figure out where to go. All you gotta do is fly to the right and fly into the fucking tunnel. Like literally, it just needs to fly in right here. Let's see if we can coax it over towards us. But how's your day been today, Orange? What you been up to? At least it's not like that web-spitting glass beast that's in the lower level. Because there is indeed a web-spitting glass beast in the lower level. You're driving? Well, that's not good. Don't watch streams and drive, man. Can we even reach this? Oh wow, it is unreachable. I wonder if that's why we're having problems. Might actually be why we're having problems. That would actually be hilarious if I accidentally like... No, I super haven't blocked it all the way off. They could absolutely... That Forgotten Beast could absolutely get here. But maybe we'll leave this as a cliffhanger for tomorrow. Oh, there it comes back. I was gonna say, if it just disappears, then potentially, but... Where are you going? I know that it can get over there, because it's been over there already. But if I open up any of the other doors, it's just going to fly into the fort. And we can't have that, because I'd rather not have my whole fort burned down. I already built a very elaborate trap complete with murder attack killer cat. Which is chained up for your consumption. It's a gigantic petrosaur with external ribs. It has large mandibles and it is ravening. Its clear scales are jagged and set far apart. Beware its fire. The fact that it has fire is like, to me, so. Yeah, fire's scary. Just like real life, fire's scary. And the only thing keeping it out of the fort is a artifact door. But I'm trying to carefully... maybe it's going in the right direction now. Come on! Trying to carefully let it into the fort via a trap that is right here. It's at the right side of the fort now. Just needs to fly into the trap. Naturally. I'll just fly into the trap, into the trap, into the trap, not out of the trap, over to the left, 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 west. How's that? Is port or starboard left? But in regard left. Just you've left the correct spot. Aha! By Jove, we got it. Okay. Boys, pull the A button. We're halfway done once the A button's been pulled. Yep. Okay. Excellent. It's going up to combust a kitty. Oh, never mind. It turned around. But the A button has been pulled, so we have it trapped. So we good. We safe. Huzzah! Now it goes up. And then we fly back down to the dwarves listening to poetry and whatnot. And maybe not quite yet. Okay, right about there. And give me A2. Come on! Come on! Got him! Motherfucker! Get wrecked! We got you! Pet number 2! Now we have a forgotten beast that shoots fire and a were creature. Huzzah! We did it. That's reason to party. I don't know about you, but look at that. Deep Abyss, the ungodly shadow. Oopsies. Wrong button. Now, ideally, we can turn this into a flamethrower to fight the goblins with. Oh, for fuck's sake. The Forgotten Beast, Lysessi Lystetaphus cub, a huge blob composed of grime and filth. It has a narrow tails and a bloated body. Beware its poisonous farts. Well, I mean, not anywhere near as scary as the last one. We should pull the A lever and let it in, and then just kill it. Nah, I mean, pull the A lever. The correct A lever. Not the incorrect A lever, the correct A lever. And send the real army into here. Once they can reach it, obviously. It's Shrek? I mean, sort of. Also, apparently, we have a I mean, it's clearly not Shrek. It's Les somethings. All right, come on, Dwarfs. And a dwarf has claimed the crafts dwarf shop. Alrighty, you fart cloud. Can't fly? Well, I mean, it's composed of grime and filth, and it has no armor, which means you poke it and it dies. So, that's some of the weakest materials. Also, chat, in the future of the fortress this week, Tarn says that he might be renaming were-donkeys because were-asses is a bit too crass, and it makes me so sad. Like, I can't even. Like, genuinely, I can't even. I will be very sad if Tarn removes the were-ass. If they get rid of were-ass, you riot. Nah, actually, if they get rid of were-ass, you mod it back in the game is what you do. Because donkeys are not called asses, right? Donkeys are just called donkeys. So it'd be a were-donkey. I mean, I'll just mod it back in the game. Stray cat went missing. I wonder why. You simply cannot update anymore. Really? That would be a reason to not update? Oi, Blubbins, get over here. Or, you know, don't. Oi, Blubbins, get over here. Fight us. Like I said, or don't. That also works. But I will express my displeasure and chat's displeasure in my reading of the Future of the Fortress video, which people seem to like for some reason. It's to the point now where I've already gotten DMs, and we're on the 2nd of the month, about whether or not I'm going to make a Future of the Fortress video this month. It's like, are you going to do a Future of the Fortress this month? It's like, yeah, that's the plan. Blubbins, where'd you go, Blubbins? Oh, come on. Get over here. I know that you're made of grime and filth, but I don't mean to insult your intelligence. Get over here, you flat blob of flabby flaps. Instead of slaughter, so now you have lots of pets? Oh, really? I mean, Operation Drawbridge is an option. I mean, don't snort the grime and filth. That's a bad time. God, I'm so proud of this. We've also, like, sealed them in, so we can't release them either way. I'm just gonna seal this off so I don't accidentally let things in. Also, I have engraver having a strange mood. What do you need? Plant cloth, bones. Bones. Well. We're going to need to go into the caverns to get the bones. Where is the flabby ball of farty gas? Why don't you just expel a ton of people? Expel every person that claimed a pet. They'll take their pets with them. It's an option. Maybe not the kindest option, but it's an option. Throwing out ideas here, I don't know. I mean, or you could also retire and reclaim the fort. You'll lose a lot of your dwarves and maybe some of the pets, but it's also an option. Get over here, fart cloud. Maybe it went and died. Thought I saw something there. Oh. I found a giant olm. Something moved. It's a giant olm. The rare moving tree. It's the scariest thing in the world when a tree moves. It's actually a giant snake thing. All right. Well, maybe we'll just keep an eye on it, I guess. Was annoyed at the lack of chairs. Was irritated when hungry. Hateful, remembering receiving food. What a dwarf. We gave you food and you're hateful? Dwarf would have preferred we didn't give him food, I guess. All right, seriously, where did this thing go? I also kind of want a siege to arrive, but we could also save this for tomorrow. What do you think, chat? Save her for tomorrow? I think we save it for tomorrow. Because we'll pick this back up tomorrow. We're 7 hours in the stream, but I'm not done streaming yet. We're going to swap games, I think. I think I'm going to go play through some more Unmetal. How does that work for you guys? We'll save that for tomorrow, and then we'll do Odd Realm stuff tomorrow after he's had a day to patch bugs. So we got a bit of a cliffhanger. So today, very, 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 very productive. Let's just fly up to the surface real quick, and then I'm going to go get me a bagel, I think, because I haven't eaten anything all day. This is our new entrance to the fort. A little bit classier than the old one, which is going to be built up. What I'm thinking is I'm going to go up to about here, probably, and then we're going to split it off and do, like, kind of an extended extra tower, so we'll have, like, multiple points to the tower, because we have up to layer 17 to build, so we have another 10 Z levels of up. I mean, I don't have Montreal bagels. I just have Vancouver bagels from a local bakery, but I want a bagel. Yeah, so that's our new entrance. The fort itself is about the same, aside from that, our drowning ukulele has a flamethrower in it now, which is kind of cool. There's one depressed dwarf in the fort. We drowned a bunch of dwarves in the pump stacks with a minor oopsie, but it's fine. They've all been memorialized and buried. There's also some water at the bottom of my stairwell because of same oopsie. Once again, it's fine. There's a forgotten beast somewhere out there, being all spooky, which we'll go kill eventually. And yeah, I think today was a very productive, efficient day of the dwarfiness. This is an entrance with an image of an entrance. All crafts dwarf ship is of the blindest quality. I mean, it was an accidental picture of an entrance. To me, it's like a Pac-Man wearing a smock sideways. Or maybe it's like, if you look at it sideways, it kind of looks like the beak and head of one of those beak dogs that Krug Smash draws. Kind of looks like that if you look at it sideways. Or it's just like, maybe it's like a club or a baby rattle. I don't know. Regardless, that is Reigns of Terror Day 5. I think we're making good progress. Parrot head. Not to be confused with Buckethead. So we're going to continue playing through a game called Unmetal, which I am in, sort of. I have a bunch of Easter egg parts if you type in a cheat code. It's sort of like Metal Gear Solid, but it's like a parody of Metal Gear Solid. It's basically like Metal Gear Solid, but it's Spaceballs. It's fucking hilarious. So we're going to play more of that. If that's not your shtick, there's more Dwarf Fortress on my YouTube channel than you could ever reasonably watch in a lifetime, including the first 4 VODs of this fort, and a full-length documentary about Dungeon Mans, which I uploaded yesterday, which I think is pretty good. So that's a thing.